welcome, well, a very wet welcome to Jelgava, to the Rullītī track here in Latvia for the fifth and penultimate round of the Rotax Max Challenge Latvia, and also the final round of Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania. Along with that, we do have action from Micro Nano and Tillotson T4. Who recently were part of the brigade that headed to the Kartodromo Lucas Guerrero for the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup that happened, funnily enough, just a week ago. But we're here in this part of the country, which also hosted the season finale for Rmc Latvia last year. It's quite funny how 12 months flies by. My name's Alex Goldschmidt. You'll recognise my voice from many of the Latvian Championship broadcasts and also from Lithuanian broadcasts this year, along with the fact that we've had a few other people joining the combined team. So shout-outs to the voice of the Grand Finals, Henry Baudet, who was at 333 for the final round of Nordic. Yusuf Bin Sahil, who's been on board with with one of the Lithuanian broadcasts this year, and also my good friend Chris Buxton. But we are very shortly getting underway with our only timed qualifying session of the day. Yesterday we did have timed qualifying in the first set of heats for the remaining classes, and we'll be running to around about possibly 5:15 local time. So if you are in continental Europe, you're an hour behind. If you're in the UK, like I'm currently based at the moment, as we are literally seconds away from getting, it's going to be the 3-minute board, so the nano grid will be cleared by the mechanics, and the drivers will then get themselves settled. It's going to be a 5-minute qualifying session, then we'll get straight into the racing with Micromax a little bit later on. So thank you to you all that have jumped on the live stream on the Rotax Max Latvia official channel, currently at 262 subscribers. As they say, the more the merrier, so please like, share and subscribe. I do see the live chat open, so please show your support for whoever you're backing this weekend. I know for a fact that the live stream will be watched on phones, tablets, laptops, in the paddock. Normally quite a customary thing. And there you see part of the circuit. Very, very technical, just over 1,060 metres, and a lot of technicality that these drivers will have to contend with over the course of the day. A big thank you to the team at No Limits for providing live stream coverage all the way through the season. There's some of our marshals having a little bit of a discussion. I think I recognise Adrian's Tion's there, possibly on the left-hand side, maybe. I'll have to check to see if he's racing. But some of the drivers from Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, part of the Baltic nations, have already qualified for the 25th running of the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. The relevant tickets being assigned by Rmc Latvia will be given away today at the official presentation. But the final round of Rmc Latvia heads to Madona next week for its 6th and final encounter. Of course, Madona was due to happen earlier on in the season. However, that got changed due to a lot of racing going on for a lot of drivers, and also for myself in commentary. It's been a very, very busy year, and my season isn't done yet, folks, to be honest with you. But we are 45 seconds away from the 5-minute qualifying session. I don't think that is Antonin's Tions. It looks very similar. Might be a doppelganger for all I know. But a big thank you to the men and women in orange who will be brandishing the relevant flags as required around the circuit. So constant communication between the race director and the drivers, or the marshalling team. So a little bit of a breeze in the air here at Jelgava. And of course, panchos, long coats, hooded jackets and whatnot, and caps. Possibly umbrellas might be in use a little bit later on over the course of the race day. So the green flag now waves, and our qualifying session for Micro Nano. Now, this is the entry point for the Rotax Max Lithuania challenge, and this is the opportunity for the drivers to build a bit of racecraft before they go up into Micromax. So we have Raidas Loksins, Danila Stonis, Rodrigo Pica, Timas Ranseca has been in Micro Nano for quite a bit of time. Then we've got Timas Rimas. So Rodrigo Pica on the number 18 is the only Latvian out of the 5-strong grid. They will have their pre-final at 12:40 local time. It's about putting down a marker first of all. And with these slippery surfaces that we've got here at Jelgava, traction is going to be at a premium even with wet weather tyres, and drivers will have to be very, very careful how they negotiate it. So the first benchmarks come in. Dranseca leads the way on a 1 minute, 0.351. Timas Rimas on a 1 minute, 0.460. Danila Stonis, 1 minute 1.187. Raidas Glorkstins on a 1:01.776. And Rodrigo Pica, 1 minute 4.329. You can just see how much they're having to wrestle with the steering wheels on these cars. So sometimes it's about going left to go right. So you're going to find the back end could step out to the right hand side depending on whether it's, or the left, depending on whether it is a right or a left hand corner. So out of the final corner we have got just under 3 minutes to go in this qualifying session, and Timas Ranseca is the first to break under the 60-second barrier. 59.837. Oh, that's not what you want. That's Daniel Stonis that loses it coming out of turn number 2. Manages to get back going again. And again, sometimes using the traditional racing line isn't always going to help you in terms of qualification when it's wet weather conditions. You can see there's still a little bit of standing water puddles here or there on the circuit. This is also good for these younger drivers to understand. They'll be given directions by some of the but again, the pace is increased courtesy of Timas Ranseca, 58.642, 1.8 seconds ahead of Timas Rimas. So Timas Ranseca from TS Motorsport in the number 12, absolutely hustling that cart around the circuit. Average speed of around 65 kilometers per hour from the Lithuanian. You can just see doing a bit of the old opposite lock, just drifting it so neatly through the corners. So Ranseca goes into the next left-hander, into the right. So the infield, the far part of the circuit can be quite technical through the final left-hander, and then just completely sideways on that one. Doesn't better the lap time, but the drivers are going to go on to their final attempt here in qualifying. Ranseca last time around posted a 59.022. And Timas Rimas improves again, gets the time down to 1.4 seconds, or around 1.4 seconds behind Timas Ranseca. So the gap has come down from 1.8 to under 1.4. Glorksin's third. Stonis and Pica round out the 5 strong. As you can see that Rimas and Glorksins are battling away. Rimas on the Birlart and Glorksins on the old. Well, that kind of reminds me of a 2019 vintage Praga chassis based on the Nassau panel. So checkered flag is out for qualifying. So Timas Danseca. There's a 58.8 on his final lap, but Danseca will take provisional pole position for Micro Nano and is on the cool-down lap as we speak. Timas Dimas will be second, but that's quickly changed. Daniela Stonis has just gone up to P2 on a 59.827. Timas Dimas, Raidas Gluoxins, and then we've got Rodrigo Pica rounding out the 5 strong, covered by 3.6 seconds. So that concludes Nano qualification. So the drivers will now head back into Parc Favet. They will be weighed. Scrutiny normally takes place, and obviously the race control or race directors will be looking into any situation. So a little bit of fair warning to you folks out there. The fact that all results called by myself here in commentary will be provisional, pending any technical or sporting checks. So, looking back at yesterday, Salivad Kulte was the fastest driver in time qualifying ahead of Emilis Jozaitis, with Martins Lapins, Taras Simnikas, Regis Kriausiunas being the top 5 in the qualifying session. And then Jozaitis went on to take the win in heat number 1 ahead of Martins Lapins, who started on the inside of row 2. Kriausiunas, Vaidkute and Dominic Lett from the X Racing team representing Estonia completed the top 5. We've got 18 drivers ready for their second heat before we go into the pre-finals. So it will be 6 minutes plus an additional lap. So this is how we'll very shortly be getting the grid up when we go racing. 18 karts in all, and everyone made it to the checkered flag after the 8 laps of racing yesterday. Jozaitis also taking the fastest lap in consideration of 57.315. But here we go. First race of the day, and it is Micromax heat number 2. Salivai Kulte will start from pole position. Emilis Jozaitis will line up alongside on the front row. That's MG Motorsport and NSL Racing. Martins Lapins and Taras Simnikas will be on row 2. Regis Kriausiunas and Dominic Lett will round out row 3 ahead of Emilis Kapkauskas, Oskar Pikovas on row 4, with Leonardo Zarikov and Rodrigo Taurins rounding out row number 5, thereby completing the top 10. Gasparis Casamekas and Galis Berensons will be on row 6 ahead of Alas Pascalis, I think it's Bagatirius, and then we've got Jonas Gelzenes. They round out row 7 with Timur Babenko, Andrius Manusis, Thomas Norkus and Johan Leidvi rounding out the 18-strong grid. Qualifying yesterday set the grids for both Heats 1 and Heats 2. So all drivers will be now heading on to their official formation lap ahead of 6 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. So it is down to the front row that has to get the formation into place. If there are a few stragglers or the race director is not happy, they will not let them race and they'll send them around for another lap. So Vadkute and Jozaitis lead the way. Oh, well, one of the karts has spun on the formation lap. Not exactly what you need, but is the green flag going to drop? No, it does not. We're going round for another lap. I've had a foreboding feeling that that would happen, so... So this time around things look a little bit more settled in terms of the formation. So it will be a case of seeing who does the best work over 6 minutes plus an additional lap here for day 2 of round 5 for Rmc Latvia, round 6 and the final round for Rmc Lithuania. Drivers being told to slow. They are now at a snail's pace. Once the green flag drops, we will be underway. Out of the final corner, into the tram lines, revs rise, green flag drops and we're underway, and jumping up and down in the seat is Sali Vaidkute as they head through into turn number 1. Great little exchange for second as Lapins holds on to that second place, 3 wide into turn 2. Couple of the drivers using the curbing to rotate the carts round the corner, but Vaidkute has already got an early lead. Oh! And around goes Kapkauskas from 6th on the grid. And Vaidkute now gets a bit of a wheel bang from Emilis Juozaitis, who's going wheel to wheel. Juozaitis round the outside. Oh, that's a perler of a move in the opening 30 seconds to take the race lead. And now Vaidkute loses out second position, this time to Martins Lapins. And Lapins tries to get the traction out of the left-hander. Vaidkute back up the inside. And Kliausiunas now also makes his presence felt and gets through on the final corner for second position on Vaidkute. As well, one of the drivers has gone a little bit off track, but Vaidkute keeping with Kliausiunas in the early stages. Drivers having to deal with a little bit of understeer as Lapins tries to get on wheel-to-wheel terms with Vaidkute here on lap number 2, and gets up the inside through the infield part of the circuit. And Vaidkute keeping it pinned round the outside. That was very, very close indeed. Vaidkute has to avoid. Dominic Lepp is now closing in, dives up the inside through the left-hander. The Estonian slightly sideways with Bidkovas not too far behind on the Paralin chassis. Dives up the inside, uses the curbing. Is he going to get 2 for the price of the 1? Not quite. Oh, that was a great attempt there by Oskaras Bidkovas, and loses both those positions again. Juozaitis in the meantime leads the way, 7 tenths ahead, as dramas for the number 28 of N Sports, Domas Norkus, who tumbles to the bottom end of the field. Meantime, Vaidkute trying to get past Dominic Lepp from Estonia, running on the looks to be running on the number 44. That is for the X Racing team, as that was Pikovas getting through. That was a great move from the 48. Dived up the inside of the pair of them whilst they were battling away. Let now stuck as Piggy in the middle at the minute. So Pikovas up to 4th, let down to 5th by Kute 6th. But we've had a little bit of a coming together. We've had that's the number 7, Bagatrius and Babenko. They were battling for 15th and 16th. Oh, nearly 3 wide. Oh, and Dominic Lepp nearly trying to thread the eye of the needle. And both Bidkovas and Vaidkute are through. Lepp nearly trying to chance it 3 wide coming out of the final corner. 2 minutes and 45 still to go on the clock, plus an additional lap. Vaidkute trying to get through on Bidkovas. Bidkovas defends into the next left-hander, uses the curbing. Vaidkute trying to get the run around. But we've had a red flag called. We've had a red flag called by the race director with 2 minutes and 30 still to go. The drivers will have to line up on the start-finish line. So 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Oh, and Martins Lappins, who was running third, has just spun it. Not too sure if that might have been assisted or self-inflicted on that particular occasion. There are the Minimax drivers who will be up next for their first race of the day. So we do have a red flag stoppage. Not exactly sure. It may be to do with the incident involving Babenko and Bagatrius. So maybe just on safety grounds to ensure that everyone's all okay. So we do have the medical team on site where the incident between Aras Pascalis Bagadrius and Timur Babenko took place. So medical team is on site currently. This is the reason for the red flag. So please bear with us. So we are running a little bit behind schedule, but of course we will endeavour to get things up and running very, very shortly. Grandstand just off of the start-finish straight there looks to be starting to fill up slowly but surely. So I just noticed one of the carts being pulled away as we are lining up all the carts into position. And Militia Recitus was just getting a little bit of direction as to how the restart will take place. So I think that might have been the number 77 that was taken off. It was either Jonas Zenis or Johan Ledvi that was taken off circuit. Might be the 71. So Gelzenis was running 13th at the time of the red flag. And good to see that there's nearly 100 people watching on the YouTube channel already. So thank you so much for joining us. Rasa Josian saying, go Patrikas Jokius, love you. There we go. Family support. That's what these young drivers need. Patrikas will be up in the next race in Minimax Heat number 2. So once we've got through the second round of heats, we'll then be going on to the pre-finals at approximately 12:40 local time. And then the finals will start at 10 to 3 this afternoon. So we're just awaiting for the restart to take place, where they'll be put onto one formation lap, and then when the green flag drops, they'll be back underway and racing. So with the red flag dropped, I think it was around about 2 minutes and 50 to go. We might have 2.5 minutes plus an additional lap still remaining in this race. So of course it's 6 minutes plus an additional lap for Micro and Minimax. All other classes will be 7 minutes plus an additional lap for the second heat. For the pre-finals, Micro Nano, Micro Max, Minimax will be 8 minutes plus a lap. All other classes 10 minutes. And then when we go to the finals, Micro Nano, Micro Max, Minimax will be 11 minutes plus an additional lap. Tillotson T4, who will close out the show, will be 12 minutes plus an additional lap. Then all other classes will be 14 minutes plus an additional lap. see parts of the well, the majority of the grid. So it will be under full course yellow conditions before the green flag waves, and then we're back underway. So 2.5 minutes remain, plus an additional lap for this second Micromax heat. Oh, we've had another spinner again on the formation. These wet weather conditions can catch out anybody, no matter your skill set. But the green flag being prepped and ready. There we go, back underway, green flag. And it's go, go, go into turn number 1. Turn 2, bit of 2 wide exchanges into turn 2, but the battle for second position really, really heating up. Kriausiunas up into second position, being hounded by Vaidkute in the number 98. Well, that's actually the battle for second position. Vaidkute trying to get the run on Kriausiunas, dives up the inside through the left-hander, but Kriausiunas holds ground and holds nerve, stays in the same place. But with the jockeying for position, it's good to see Ilyona Babenko cheering on Timur in the number 1 car. 2 wide exchange ever so briefly for P7 and P6. Some dive bombs happening through into turn number 2. But again, it is just the fact that Jelgava is controlling the pace, whereas Kriausiunas and Vaidkute battling over P2. Lapins in 4th, Pitkovas, Bernissons, Lep, Kapkauskas, Zimnikas and Zarikov rounding out the top 10. Nearly a 3-wide exchange on the midway part of the circuit. Dive up the inside of the 44, that was Emilis Kapkauskas on Dominic Lep. And there is Leonas Zarikov trying to get through in the meantime. They are squabbling like no tomorrow. And there is Carlos Bernissons, just having to fend everybody off at the minute. Zimnikas gets through, 3-wide exchange coming out of the corner. Oh, and Lep spun it! Lep has spun! And so is Rodrigo Taurins coming out of turn number 2. Oh, dearie, dearie me, trying to rotate the car a bit too heftily, and then all of a sudden the back end steps out and around she goes and off the track. So time at hit 0, 1 more lap to go. Emilis Jelgava leads the way. There's the last lap board, and will have a comfortable lead. It's probably going to be the best part of a second. All dramas for Gelzenis in the number 71 Paralin, who's also gone off. Jelgava brings us on to the last lap. Kriausiunas second, Vaidkute third. Lapping with Torvas ran out the top line, covered by 3.4 seconds. Emilis Kapkauskas, Galis Berenson, Galis Leonas Zarikov and Kasparas Kasamikas, they ran out the 10. Rodrigo Taurins in the number 55 is 11th, ahead of Andreas Hanusis. Dominic Lep has stumbled all the way down to 13th. Of Jonas Gelzenis. Bagatrius and Norkus round out the 16 still running. Timur Babenko unfortunately out. Johan Ledvig also out of the race. But move from the number 69. This is the battle for 4th place on the road. Thomas tries to get through on the inside, but the checkered flag is being readied. Emilis Jelgava continues the winning ways here at Jelgava. Kriausiunas second. Vaidkute third. Lapins misses out by next to nothing. excites there. Your provisional Heat 2 winner, driver for NSL Racing. It's an NSL Racing team. Salivai Kute, Oskaras Petrovas, Martins Lapins, Emilis Kapkauskas, Kaulis Bernstons, Taros Simnikas, Lienas Zarikov, and Kasparas Kazamikas ran out the top 10. 11th, Rodrigo Taurins, Andrius Manusis, and Dominic Lep ran out the top 13. Jonas Gelzenis should be 14th and crosses the line. Aras Pascalis Bagatrius and Domas Norkus round out the 16th finished. Bagatrius and Norkus 1 lap down. Latvia unfortunately not finishing. Same with Babenko. So that concludes our first race of the day for Micromax. Now we turn to Minimax, and in qualifying yesterday, very, very interesting developments. Well, Patrikos Jokius took pole position on a 55.931, the driver from GS Racing Club. Will be joined on the front row by Alex Menezes. Also, a few interesting developments. Jack Collinson runs with Sam Pollitt Racing in the UK, but also runs with MRG Racing, runs under the Latvian flag, based out of the UK these days, and his dad Steve recently celebrated a birthday as well. So Jack's going to have a little bit of a tall order, but they are 30-second board goes out. Drivers asked to start their engines. So it's going to be 6 minutes plus an additional lap. And then the flag marshal at the end of the dummy grid will then wave the green flag. There we go. Drivers now slam their voices down shut and head out onto this 1,060 metres a second here in Jelgava. Let's take you through the starting grid for Minimax. Radovicius and Rodrigo Kakas, row 3. Juris Plutznar and Lamantas Saravicus ran out row 4. Lorenz Kararovicius and Davidas Dargis ran out the top 10. Header marks Koronols, Klaus Hans, Jack Collinson, Saras Manavicius, Thomas Kararovicius, Keta Spike, and Emilia Karavikute rounding out the 17-strong grid. Race 1 yesterday saw Patrikos Jokius take the win by over 3.3 seconds ahead of Radovicius, Menezes, Normantas Avarsavicius. Jack Collinson made good progress, finishing 7th behind Rodrigo Kakos and Juris Pluxnar. So the drivers now steadied and readied in formation. Alex Menezes from SM Racing, the Latvian, needs to pull alongside Patrikos Jokius very, very soon. And then the entire field will be informed to slow down and get yourselves ready to race. 17 drivers ready to go into battle. 8.5 rows of competitors, 6 minutes plus an additional lap. Now they go through the final corner. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise. Are we going to get a clean start? No, we're not. We're going round for another lap. You can see a couple of cars just trying to get the jump on everybody else, but the biggest problem is they know these rules, that if you're one or two wheels outside of the tram lines, that's for 3 seconds. That's for 5 if you go 3 to 4 wheels outside of the tram lines, as in completely break formation. But the starter is the person who will dictate whether that start goes ahead. Now, for those drivers competing in the Rmc Lithuania Challenge, this is the final round of the season. And then they've got about 5 weeks until the grand finals at Sarno. So, second time of asking. It is down to Jokius and Menezes that need to lead the way. They need to set the example for the rest of the field. Out of the final corner, second time of asking. Into the tram lines we go. This time, the green flag drops and we're underway. Jokius leads the field into turn one. Very, very careful how they navigate these conditions. There's a little bit sideways there from Jonas Pundis, who's managed to get past Menezes into second position through the early exchanges. One driver deciding to go round the outside, nearly gets collected in the meantime. Pundis holding on, but there's going to be a couple up the inside, one of which I think was Radavicius. The other one was Stankovic getting through. And Alex Menezes trying to get his elbows out. Well and truly sharpened. Just behind is the 112, but we've had the 153 go around. Oh, shame for Rodrigo Kakers. And more drivers having dramas as well. And this could allow a couple of drivers to profit. So, after the opening lap, Patrikos Jokius leads by nearly 1.9 seconds. Jack Collinson's already up to 8 and climbing. And he's up another position. He's just got through on Pluxner. I think also might have got through on Canada Vicious in the meantime in the 144, who looks to have possibly dropped a couple of places. Yeah, make that 3 places. Dropped by the 144, the privateer entry. So again, it just goes to show how ultra competitive Minimax can be. But Patrikos Jokius is just trying to pull away, and after lap 1 has a 1.7 second advantage, and that is climbing. Lap 2 in the books. Jokius leads Radavicius, and the gap now is 2.4 seconds. Collinson now on a charge. The youngster from MRG Racing now up into 6th and is chasing down Joris Stankovic. Pair about half a second behind. Fastest lap of the race so far, 53.678 by Patrikos Jokius as an attempt for third. They'll make that 4th actually. That is the battle between Joris Stankovic in the 199 and Jonas Pundis on the 141. They are battling away. Jack Collinson has got Julius Pluxner and Povidas Dagis right on his rear bumper, so he's trying to chase those down in front. Some great exchanges in this second Minimax heat of the weekend. And Patrikos Jokius now 2.8 seconds up the road. There's a little bit of chronic understeer there through turn 2 for Jack Collinson. Julius Pluxner closely following his MRG Racing teammate in 7th. We've had a yellow... Oh! Now, who's just dropped off the circuit? Trying to catch the number. I'm wondering whether that might have been Radavicius. That could be a big development for the second race. It's Collinson again. No, it's the 199. Oh, Joris Stankovic. Joris Stankovic, who's just past Collinson. Oh, Collinson's been mugged, and it's 3 wide coming into the final corner. That never might end well here at Jelgava, but they still made it through. Collinson's got to throw it up the inside. He's dropped down to 8th now. Now he's going to try and dive up the inside. That's going to be a move, and he's got through. And going a little bit wide, I think, was Joris Pluxner again. Well, no, it was actually Dovydas Dagis as Stankovičius trying to go through on the inside of Pluksner. Pluksner holds his line into the next left-hander. And through the left-hander after that, the 163 was sideways and kept good control of it. Because Jokic in the meantime still has, with a minute and a half to go, he's just crossed the line, so 3 more laps to go, including this one, remain. Patrikas Jokic has a 3.3 second advantage. Dovydas Dagis now trying to again just get through on Jack Collinson. This is the battle between the driver from MLG Racing and the Lithuanian Plural Art squad by Martinas Stankovičius. As dive up the inside, Stankovičius through on Pluksner. And they are wheel to wheel into the next left-hander. Is Pluksner going to keep it round the outside? Oh, Stankovičius nearly threw it sideways and nearly spun around in the meantime. But great composure, great control by Joris Stankovičius, the youngster from MG Motorsports. Collinson and Dagis still side by side, wheel to wheel into the final corner. Bit of understeer there from Collinson. And Dagis loses out to Kaladovicius in the 144. Then he gets swamped by Alex Menezes, who started on the front row of the grid and is currently running down in 10th. This goes to show how much of a game changer this wet weather is becoming. But there is a dry line starting to show on the circuit. There hasn't really been any rainfall today, but the rainfall was quite plentiful yesterday, if I'm completely honest with you, having looked on relevant social medias from relevant drivers. As Menezes has got, I think that's Kaladovicius trying to get through on him. That's not quite happening yet. So, final lap underway for Patrikas Jokic. Radovicius second, Varasovicius third, Bundis fourth, Stankovičius, Pluksner, Collinson, Menezes, Kaladovicius and Dagis round out the top 10. Patrikas Jokic is a waiting period, he's going to make it 2 for 2. Battle for 5th place, really heating up. Joris Pluksner, hot on the heels of Joris Stankovičius. This is for 5th. Stankovičius dealing with a little bit of snap-on oversteer. Corrects it by turning right to go left. But it is going to be one driver above all that's going to go into the pre-final with a head full of confidence. GS Racing's Patrikas Jokic takes the win. Good showing by Gustas Radovicius in second. Nomantas Varasovicius takes third. Fourth, who's it going to be? A little bit of a wait. Jonas Pundis takes fourth, Joris Pluksner takes fifth, Joris Stankovičius, Alex Menezes, Jack Collinson, Dovydas Dagis and Laurinas Karadovicius ran out the top 10. Klaus Hans finishes 11th ahead of Rodrigo Kakers. And we've got Max Kononovs, Sarunas Amanovicius, Gator Spike, Domas Karadovicius, and we are waiting for Emilia Karavikute, who just crosses the line. So there are your provisional results for Minimax Heat number 2. So from Minis, we head to Juniors. Tom Strella was the driver to really, really call this race meeting his own at the moment. Pole position in time qualifying and also run 1 Heat 1. Fernando Pemre, the Estonian, close in proximity, and also was about 5.9 seconds behind in terms of the race results. Timothy Vladimirov, Timus Pesarica, Adrian Stions, Marko Plinta, Ginas Rimkus, Robin Semet, Marius Karsiaukas and Aloysius Sekafishus rounded out the top 10. Elisa Stolcimani, the younger sister of Thomas Stolcimani, who's now in single seaters of the Ferrari Driver Academy, was qualified 8th, but finished unfortunately down in 13th. Can she have an upturn in form? We've got 19 drivers set to take part in this second heat of their weekend. So here is the starting grid. And it should be as follows. It's Tom Strello versus Fernando Pedro on the front row. Timothy Vladimirov, Adeline Stions, Timis Peserica, Marcius Karciaukas, Ginas Rimkus, Alisa Stolchamani, Marco Plinta, Martin Volts, Robin Semet, Aloisa Sekavicius, Gabriel Moises, Marcus Jauk, Hans Marcus Lewis, Nunes Volbekas, Rafael Zernask, and Oskaras Dwoga. I think we've also got Christoph Liepins, and maybe even Goodness Karting Club's young Estonian hotshot of the 236 Gadastik due to take part in this race. 7 minutes plus an additional lap. We go on to the official formation. But there you can see a dry line is starting to emerge. The amount of water that the Mojo wet weather tyres are starting to disperse around here at the circuit is helping the drivers. So we are running about just over 15 minutes behind schedule. So hopefully we may gather that up in the technical break or the lunch break after Tillotson for T4 heat number 2. So Strela on pole. Pemre alongside on the front row. We are just a handful of corners to go. Looks like Filip Kadastik due to start at the end of the grid, but no result in qualifying for the Estonian. Hopefully this could be the first race of the weekend that we get underway here on Saturday. Green flag drops the first time and we are underway. Pemre wheel to wheel with Strela into turn number 1. The Estonian losing out 2 positions through the opening corner. They've got to be very, very careful. It's like treading on eggshells, and one of the Sodi carts goes flying off the circuit, off of turn 2, uses the runoff area, manages to gather it all together, as that was the 211, I think, of Michael Plinter trying to make up a couple of positions on the early doors. 3 wide coming out of this left-hander. Oh, they just about squeezed through. But one driver's gone off. That is Fernando Pemre. The Estonian who was on the front row of the grid has dropped down the order significantly. There is Elisa Stolchamani in the 235. White race helmet for the young driver. He's currently got an 8. Tom Strela leading Timothy Vladimirov by nearly a second after the opening lap. Toms has already qualified for the grand finals, representing Team Latvia. Vladimirov trying to battle away goes Timis Peserica in the 241. So it's an SM Racing 1, 2, 3. Oh dear. Careful. That has got to be a bit of a clean-up on aisle 3 moment for that driver that went skywards on the front axle just a second ago. Didn't really catch out the race number. However, it's going to be the case of seeing what happens now over the next few moments of this race. This could be pivotal for some drivers gunning for a ticket for the grand finals. Of course, a limited amount are given away by Rmc Latvia and Rmc Lithuania reference the grand finals. Those drivers that haven't yet qualified for Team Latvia might, or, you know, the thing is, tickets are given away for certain categories per season. Tom Strela at the moment, after 2 laps, leading by nearly a second and a half. There is the 211 of Marco Plinta, who's running P6, ahead of the 273 of Marius Karciaukas and Elisa Stolchamani in the number 235. But Tom Strela leads the way. Timothy Vladimirov now 2 seconds behind. 238. We're going to downhill racing in the 2 back to SM Racing. Back in the Baltic region. Vladimirov, Peserica. No surprise at all, Tom Strela, fastest lap of anybody, 48.925 seconds. And it's the fastest lap so far. Martin Volts and Rafael Zemnas round out the top 16. with 20 drivers covered by 16.7 seconds. This is a very, very competitive second heat for junior Rotax. Time mark, 3.5 minutes down, 3.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap, and Tom Strella is putting in qualifying style lap times around about now. 48.703, average speed of 78 kilometres an hour, it's only 50 mph. But more dramas now because Markus Jalk has dropped outside of the top 10. There is Elisa Stolchamani through on Marco Plinter. That is for 6th on the road. Consistent pace. Recently improving on lap times. New fastest lap of the race after 5 laps. Elisa Stolchamani has just broken the 48-second barrier with a 47.951. She is closing the distance. Well, she's closed the distance onto Gina Srimkus from the Baltic Racing Academy, the Karting Academy on the CRG. Now Stolchamani has an opportunity here because who's in front? There's Adrian's Tions. And there's Timur's Pesarica. What's more, Timothy Vladimirov. So with 2 minutes to go, who is going to pull the trigger first? Who's going to blink? We've got a twin set of drivers battling over second position. Oh, Stolchamani sideways, and then so was Rimkus. We need to avoid these curves, they're slippery as hell. And it just goes to show the finite cat-like reflexes these drivers need to have, and especially at higher speeds than, say, when they were in Minimax maybe a couple of years ago. As up the inside on Tions goes Rimkus. Tions runs deep. Stolchamani through on. Oh, that's a brilliant move. Absolutely awesome overtake. Well read by Elisa Stolchamani. That's put her up into 4th place. That's an incredible lap. Incredible lap from Elisa Stolchamani, who's running 7th, now up 3 spots, and gunning for 3rd. Pesarica slightly sideways. Stolchamani trying to read the situation, might line up a move into the next right-hander, and through she goes. Marco Plinter and Adrian's Tions also starting to fight back. Tions loses out another position this time, I think, to Karsiaukas, as swapping positions are Pesarica and Rimkus. Timer is fast running out. We're probably going to be, yeah, we're on the penultimate lap now. Strela has a lead of nearly 5 seconds over Timothy Vladimirov. Elisa Stolchamani is currently in 3rd place. She's only 1.25 seconds behind. Now she has an opportunity, maybe with a little bit of clean air in front of her, to go after Vladimirov, whilst everyone else behind is squabbling. However, behind her is Marco Plinter. It's a bit closer. Pesarica and Rimkus side by side. Tions waiting in the wings. Karsiaukas, oh no! It's all gone to pot! 4 come together! Oh. Pesarica went sideways. Rimkus, Tions and Karsiaukas all come to collect each other. I haven't seen anything like it. Final lap underway. And Elisa Stolchamani is not that far away from 2nd position. She's less than 4.5 tenths off of Timothy Vladimirov. Plinter 4th, Pesarica 5th, Tions, Rimkus and Pemri round up the top 8. Jalk and Semet complete the top 10. What a development in the last couple of laps of this junior Heat 2 here at Jelgava. Incredible scenes we're seeing as Rimkus trying to get through. It's going to be Tom Strela that cruises to victory. Who's going to be second? It's going to be a run to the line. It's going to be Vladimirov. Stolcimani makes it to third. Plinter fourth. Nearly a 3-wide drag race to the line. But SM Racing's Tom Strella, no question, this man dominated proceedings. Timothy Vladimirov in second. Alize Stolcimani in third. Fourth, Michael Plinter. Fifth, Timas Paserica. Ginas Rimkus, Adrian Tions, Marcus Jauk, Robin Semet, Fernando Pemne rounded out the top 10. Marius Karatiaukas, Hans Markus Narusk, Gabriel Moises, Martins Valls, Nemunas Volbekas, Rafael Zanask, Fredrik Karastik started 20th, finished 17th, ahead of Oskar Skwogas, Christas Liepins, and unfortunately on half distance we lost Aloysius Sekavicius. But let's have a look at some of the action that we saw here. Incredible scenes. I mean, Strona checked out. Stolcimani was wide through the second corner, using as much of the runoff tarmac. And then dramas, you know, hitting so many drivers, including Adrian Sions. But then this moment for Fernando Pemne met the Sony was on the back foot. More dramas. I mean, Elisa Stolcimani getting through and just making good headway. This was when she was up into 5th place. And then this moment between Rimkus and Stolcimani, both at points through the chicane, were sideways. But then Rimkus getting through on Tions, getting a little bit of a touch on the back rump of the 241. And then Stolcimani just mugging a lot of them. But then this moment here, not what you want. Before going off, it just goes to show how quickly things can change. But Strela takes the win in an exciting junior Rotax heat number 2. Runs the line, Stolcimani wide, but nevertheless a great run. Now we've got our senior Rotax division out on track. They're going to be 19 strong, so Aaron Kivlio lines up on pole position. Oh, who just dived into the pit? Galas Kirikovs, who was due to start 5th. So, Aaron Kivlio starting on pole. Ilya Sheremeta, Oliver Kerr, Bill Casper, Joifera. Galas Kirikovs has just dived into the pit lane from 5th on the grid. Due to join Roberto Vinis, Akim Sestikos and Marcus Foyt, and it goes top 4. With Roman Rodinovs and Bonis Johannes Dominguez rounding out the top 10. Yeah, that's not what Kirikovs wanted. Is that a throttle cable problem there, I wonder? Henikas Klepikas and Keita Robiseva round at row 6. Oskar Savitsky and Linus Volonjevicius, Bruno Perle, Richard Rigstins, Noyes Geraraitis, Artukaru and Evidas Dagilis round out the 19 strong. So 7 minutes plus an additional lap. After this, we've got 3 more races to go into the lunch break. We've got DD2 and DD2 Masters. Then we've got Amateur DD2, Master and Heavy, and Tillotson T4. So, out of the final corner, revs rise, light, the green flag drops. I nearly get so accustomed to lights around. But what a start for Alan Kivlio, who's just bolted away from the rest of the opposition as they head through the chicane for the first time. So, Kivlio leads the way. Second place, Oliver Kerg. Now ahead of Ilya Sheremeta, who rounds out the top 3, but there was a squabble over second position. Kivlio has bolted. Rallying in the Talvar Racing colours. Oh, bit of a touch there on the 357. Artyom Sestikovs, who is now up into 5th place. He's got a couple of drivers squabbling behind him, one of which is the Yokius. 1.8 seconds lead after the opening lap. That's incredible. But as this track is dry, look at the dry line. This is now going to be causing major problems for the Mojo W5s if they are running on wet tyres. If some drivers are running on slicks, this could be the crossover point. There's Kartings in the 322, running 8th at the moment, is having to battle with the likes. I think that's Johannes Dominguez that has gotten through, and there was also Bruno Perle, who was so close to getting a ticket last year, denied at the final round here just 1 year ago. But Ilya Sheremetyev now is back up into second position ahead of Jon Kasper Joipera. Oh, bit of a squabble here. This is for fourth, and Oliver Koga's just lost fourth to Roman Rodinovs, and then through goes Artyom Sestikovs. They are wrestling with chronic oversteer and understeer in these track conditions. And again, it's like musical chairs at the moment. And through goes to the 302 CS Motorsports Rullītī Rullītī. And you can see that sometimes some of the drivers will go on the western part of the circuit in order to cool the tyres down. And if they do that, that's a clear sign they are on wet. And behind Rullītī, Kurg and Klepikas were side by side through the second part of the chicane. One driver's definitely come out on top in that particular squabble. 4 minutes plus an additional lap to go. It's not getting any easier out there. No surprise though, the race leader, Adam Giglio, the 347, leads the way by over 2 seconds and has the fastest lap of the race so far. 46.6 dead on the nose. The race for Martin Spike, she's dropped all the way. Oh, Martin Spike's dropped all the way down to 18th position over Arto Karo, the Estonian, in the 342. But at the minute, the top 7 pretty much staying in a stalemate, so to speak. It's the 305 of Tonis Johannes Dominguez. 305 from Rullītī Karting Club. Up the inside goes Artyom Sestikovs, but then Rullītī tries to mug the pair of them. And it's going to be possibly 3 wide coming into this corner. Nice block there from Sestikovs into the final left-hander. And then Dominguez through on Rullītī. That's the 6th place through that false left-hander. That's number 1. Speed through into turn 2, then the chicane, but you can quite easily get a little bit unstuck as in traction on the back end of the cart. One of the things I love about the circuit here at Jelgava, which I was had the pleasure of coming to last year. Oh, squabble at the back end of the field. Multiple drivers there. Including there's Kate Globby Seva. Then goes saw Martin Spike trying to get through as well. Globby Seva on the 350 366. Still keeping a good hold on to the race lead with just under 2 minutes to go. 1.946 seconds ahead of Ilya Sheremetyev. Jon Kasper Joipera makes it 2 Estonians in the top 3, then Rodinovs and Sestikovs from MRG Racing running at the top 5. Dominguez makes it 50% of the top 6 rounded out by Estonians. 3-1 exchange, all that was very, very close indeed. One driver losing a lot of traction. And, Marta Spike up the inside. Little bit of a hip check. There is the 350 of Kate Globby. But we have 1 minute and 20 to go. We're on to lap number 8 of this race. Giglio has the lead in nearly 2.5 seconds. Dominguez and Rullītī having their road into the squabble between Estonia and Lithuania for what is 6th place on the road. They're being fought by Galis Girikovs, 309. He has recently made the move from juniors last year to seniors this year. He has had rapid pace, but not had Lady Luck on his side. He caught a mile a minute, that kid can. Now he's very much in the battle, but Vidis gets a Hail Mary thrown up the inside. This is getting a bit too close for comfort. Oliver Kerr gets squeezed onto the grass a little bit by Kate Drobiseva. So passing lap on the way, lap 9 and 10. And giving Vidis at bay. Also trying to close in the front, which is Johannes Dominguez. Johannes Dominguez, my apologies there. And Kirikovs is now through. That's 6th. But there's only going to be one more lap after this. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Time's up. One more lap remains after this. So, final lap underway. Giglio, Sheremeto, Joipara ran at the top 3. 4th, it is now Adrian Sestikovs ahead of Romans Rodionov. 2 MRG Racing teammates running line astern in each other's wheel tracks, coming out of turn 2 for the final time. And we had another MRG Racing driver to that gaggle a little bit further back, about 2 seconds off, is Carlos Kirikovs. Great fight back from the 306 through the order, taking advantage of other drivers' misfortunes. It is going to be the fact that, well, from green flag to checkered flag, Aaron Kivlio wins heat number 2 by nearly 2.8 seconds after 10 laps of racing. Absolute domination for the young man from Talvar Racing. Ilya Sheremeta, Jorkas Joipara, Artyom Sestikovs, Roman Rodionov, and the comeback drive so far today by Kalis Kirikov up to 6th. Ubaras Budviris, Tonis Johannes Dominguez, Oskar Savitsky, and Bruno Perle round out the top 10. Henrikas Klepikas, Kate Drobiseva, Rikan Rikstins, Noyus Jarolaitis, Linus Volonjevicius, Marta Spike, Ivitus Dagilis, Oliver Kerg, and Artur Karu round out the finishing order. Well, there you see the drivers making their way into scrutineering, so it's going to be part-family conditions until they get through the weighbridge. There could be a random technical check at any point for one of these drivers. So I have to wait to get onto the weighbridge. So driver and cart must be on the weighbridge. The front bumpers will be checked. Oh, someone's had the camera of doom. That's the front bumper check camera, and that driver will get a 5-second post-race penalty. And that's something in karting you cannot appeal. And there are both our DD2 and I think DD2 Masters drivers ready to rock and roll. Oh, bit of synchronised movement there by all 3 MRG Racing drivers. Oh, there's a few things happening here. That looks like they're releasing air from the tyres. So a little bit of tyre pressure might go, a little bit less tyre pressure might go a little bit of a long way to help conserve, because as you can see, Patrick Knowles Lochmelis, wets. Tomasz Birstins, wets. Christian Zemes, wets but not doing anything. Martin Janowskis, also on wets. Now, we're not at that crossover point where drivers might feel the need to... this is the first time I've ever seen that. Now, the drivers can do this because they're not circumventing any regulation as far as I'm aware. If the mechanics are doing it, then that is effectively having outside assistance. There were a couple of other drivers a little bit further down the field that were also doing that as well. So this could be very, very interesting. So sometimes lower tyre pressures will mean the following: better contact patch on the tarmac underneath. That could be a big telling point, as Martin Janowskis is talking with a couple of the team. Nothing gets by the eyes of a commentator. That's all I'm saying. And there's also a lot of Rotax racing action happening around the globe as we speak. Actually, in Romania, the Transylvanian Trophy is happening. Chrono Karting has its 6th round of its championship season tomorrow, where I will be in person. So, shame I'm not able to be in Latvia. But DD2 and DD2 Masters now released for their 2nd heat. Let's take you through the starting grid. Patrick Knowles, Lochmelis will start from pole position. Alongside him will be Martin Janowskis. Row 2, Tomasz Birstins and Chris Zemes. Andrzej Ukal and Tomasz Burkas will run at row 3. Maxim Shurko and Arman Skanks will be on row 4. Edgars Vilkans and Morris Denebergs, they ran at the top 10 and thereby round out DD2. Apart from Martinis Balsiunas, who will start on the outside of row 8. Ivars Us, Juris Alaitis, Prit Karastik, Eriks Gasparovics, and then we've got Lukas Leonovicius running at the top 15. Olius Latakas will be the last driver on the field. 17 competitors in all. So, folks, what does that mean? We have a race within a race. So if you are watching on the YouTube stream through the RMC, the Rotax Max Latvia channel, don't forget, like, share and subscribe. Maybe you might be thinking, well, I want to set that subscribe button. Well, the first thing is you get notified when every stream goes live. Plus also, it helps Rotax Max Latvia out a little bit every single time. And I would imagine that there's probably quite a few of you around the globe that are watching that haven't subscribed. And if so, naughty, naughty, very naughty. In the words of Monty Python, The Life of Brian, he's not the Messiah, he's a naughty boy. So drivers being informed to slow down once again. So let's see what happens over the next 7 minutes, plus an additional lap here at Jelgava. Heat 2. DD2 and DD2 Masters set and ready for battle. You see a lot of the low-lying mist in the background. And the rain has come down big time. So, here we go. Green flag drops and we are underway. And it's a 2-wide exchange. Birstins trying to get through on Janowskis. And gets through at turn 2, but was sideways. These drivers now really having to contend with severe change in weather conditions. And it really has put the cat amongst the pigeons. Lochmelis has bolted away into the distance. Birstins in second. Janowskis third. Yeah, look at the spray. It is absolutely... but it's biblical out there. But Lochmelis is going to have an easy time at the moment because he got the jump on everybody else, and I think he might have taken a little bit more pressure out of those tyres than his compatriots. So Lochmelis leads. Second, Birstins. Third, Janowskis. Fourth is Rudokas. That's a great bit of work there from Rudokas, who's now up ahead of Denebergs, who's down to 5th. Shurko 6th in the 435. Urkalp, Sean Zemis, Vilkans, they ran out the top 9. And in Masters, Arman Skanks is leading the way. You can see on the left-hand side of your screen on the timing tower. Dark blue represents Masters, light blue represents DD2. be positional changes over the course of the race. Drivers are now having to cope with limited visibility, especially if they're right in the frame of drivers in front of them. And that could be the said for Denevos, who's right behind Thomas Rullītī. Rullītī and Denevos going for yellow tinted visors for better weather visibility. And Denevos dives up the inside of Rullītī. There is Shurko Jean-Zemis. Oh, and we've had a Sodi kart pull off to the side. Oh, and there's been dramas for the 518 Leona Vicious. I think just got hit from behind. I only just saw the back end of that incident. So the lap times are going to be significantly slower than we saw yesterday. If the rain continues this way, Jean-Zemis was off the circuit. Shoko nearly had an opportunity to get through. And after 3 laps, Patrick Knowles-Lochmelis's lead is 4.5 seconds. Oh, Jean-Zemis! Jean-Zemis has just been inadvertently spun around. I think Maxim Shurko had nowhere to go on that. Just unbelievable what's just happened there. Yeah, there was I've just looked back at the footage and there was a slight touch right front to left rear. So Jean-Zemis getting spun around by Maxim Shurko. It's getting a bit too elbows out, a little bit further back. That's the 499 of Utkalp. Trying to get through on Edgar Vilkans. Vilkans literally got hip checked several times. Maxim Shurko now threw back on them. He's currently running at 3.6. Jean-Zemis down to 9th now. Again, there's really you can see now that there is significant standing water overlapping the circuit. We were getting dry evolution through the Mojo wet weather tyres, dispersing the water, and it was getting really, really good. Oh, we've got a yellow flag into the double left before the 2 hairpins, which brings us onto the final corner. So someone might have had an off track. Could be Leona Vicious. Might have gone off. 2.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap, and Lochmelis's lead now. Well, what has happened to Lochmelis? He just did a 4.72. Oh no! And that's a big off. That was Andres Utkalp from AGS Racing. Ran right the way around. And you can see that also in some respects, with the weather coming in as it is, you can see that it's also it's consistent. It's consistently heavy rainfall, and that has impacted one of our live stream cameras at the moment, so please bear with us. But at the moment, Patrick Knowles-Lochmelis leading by 1.5 seconds. Martin Janowskis is closing him in. He's just taken another second out of him. Thomas Pearson's also in contention for a race win ahead of Norris Denevos, Thomas Rullītī, Maxim Shurko, Edgar Vilkans. Jean-Zemis is having to battle and has just gone through the standing water puddle on the outskirts of turn 1. And that is very, very quick. Even at 80 kilometres an hour, that turn can be hazardous. And we just saw that with the 499 of Utkalp, who's dropped all the way down to 12th overall. Armand's Kanks, in the meantime, leading the DD2 Masters classification. There's Balciunas from Pasca Racing running on the Sodi kart, having just come through off of turns 1 and 2. There is so much standing water, it is difficult, and oh, that was a bit of a moment there for Lochmelis, and he's just had another second taken out of him. Janowskis is closing and is within striking distance. It's now just about getting the points for the ranking after heats and then going into the pre-finals. You've got to be very, very careful at this stage of the competition. So 15 seconds on the timer to go. Vicious, I think, has just crossed the line. So, Vicious out on lap 3. Latakas, oh, and what's that drama? No, Lochmelis has dropped. He's dropped down the field. He lost the lead, and he's all over the shop at the moment. Dramas for Patrick Knowles Lochmelis losing the lead as we are on to the final lap. Big developments for the 411. Sorry, the 418. Incredible scenes that we are seeing from a track that was going to be bone dry to now being absolutely heavily saturated. But Martin Zinovskis is going to take the checkered and win Heat 2 under dramatic circumstances. Lochmelis is going to take second, Pearson's third, Daneberg's fourth, Rudokas, Shurko, Vilkans, Jonsemis. They will round out the top 8. Bolis Latakas takes 16th. Armand Kanks takes the win in Masters, 9th overall for the 595 for AM Motorsport, at a Prip Karastik from Jogisu Kari Klubi. Alex Gasparovic for JTSVC rounds out the top 3 in that class, ahead of Andrei Subkalp, Jurisalitis 13th, Ivars Us and Martinas Balsiunas, with Polis Latakas being the last of the classified finishers a lap down, with Lucas Leonovicius unfortunately finishing his race as a DNF on lap number 3. So we get underway with our penultimate heat before the lunch break. Of course, thank you so much for everyone bearing with us. 117 watching on the live stream at the moment. So let's take you through the starting grid. And we have got a combination. It's only going to be DD2 and DD2 heavy for the amateurs. Rodrigo Frams and Marcus Spikis start on the front row. Then we got Martin Spikis and, well, I've got duplicate showing up for Rodrigo Frams. He's actually a DD2 driver. We've got Edmund Zuskovics, Maris Lochmelis, Kristaps Galiksons, Gales Brisius, Emils Daugavins and Dimitris Antunovics rounding out the starting order. So they're going to get them to... So the drivers make their way through into the tram lines and the green flag drops. We are underway into turn number 1. And Rodrigo Franz is trying to look to the inside. They've got to be very, very careful. Big amount of spray. Battle for the race lead between Marcus and Martin Spikas, both now in up-to-date Sony karts from what we've seen previously. Oh, big old standing water puddle coming out of the chicane. And there's a bit of mud actually on there as well, which Rodrigo Franz just went harrowing through and just kicked it all up. But at the moment, leading the way is going to be the 507, Martin Spikas. They come out of the final corner. Marcus Spikas in second. Oh, that was club. Oh no! And it's a backwards 180 into the racing line by Marcus Spikas. That was definitely a code brown moment there for the Sony kart driver for RM Latvia. My goodness, that was at a big, big rate of speed. So, for those wondering, DD2 classified on the timing tower by the light blue and the dark blue are the DD2 amateur heavy drivers. Well, we nearly have the leader go off and then second throws the 180. That was incredible to watch, but great capture by Marcus Spikas at that point on the circuit through one of the the fastest point on the racetrack. So at the moment, well, just waiting for the time. Well, it is the fact that Marcus Spikas is leading the way, but second now, according to, I'm just waiting for the time to reset itself, because from what I'm seeing on the live time to what I'm seeing on here now, there we go. Martin Spikas leads by 5.8 seconds. Maris Lochmelis second, Rodrigo Franz third, then it's Edmund Zuskovics, Kristaps Kaliksons. They round out the top 5. 4 minutes and 20 to go. So Maris Lochmelis has lost out to Rodrigo Franz, who was skirting with the limits of tarmac just a second ago. Lochmelis hits the standing water puddle inside the curving through turn number 2. And you can just see it is like a river out there here at Jelgava. And you've got to have that fine balance here in this kind of competition, especially with these weather conditions. You're dealing with chronic oversteer, you're dealing with chronic understeer. You know, if you turn the kart and it wants to go straight on, you've then got to use the throttle to modulate that rotation, and it's far from easy, to be honest with you. But with the fact that, well, it is going to be all 3 wide into turn 1, and Tillotson nearly loses the back end in the process. That could have been very, very nasty there. So Spickius leads the way. Rodrigo Frams in 2nd position. Oh, and that is Lochmelis who's just dropped it. And also Brickius nearly getting sideways through the first of 2 left-handers. And Tunovic's not running too well. Might not be. I'm not sure if Tunovic's is actually running anymore. But there is Rodrigo Frams, 5.8 seconds behind Martin Spickius. So Carlos Brickius is in 3rd. And Marcus Spickius in the 5.23 has made it back up to 4th and is closing in on those in front. And could be getting 3rd very, very shortly if things come to pass. Bit of side-by-side action between Tillotson and Zuskovics as they now make their way through the fight. Well, that is going to be Zuskovics through on Tillotson on the run down into turn 1. Tillotson uses a wider approach going through into turn number 2. But Martin Spickius at the minute. It's actually the other way around, what I meant to say, which was the light blue is actually for the heavies, the dark blue is for the standard amateur DD2s. We are coming down to the end of the race, just under 30 seconds to go. And more overtakes possibly happening here. Zuskovics on Daugavins, that is for 5th overall. They come out of the final corner, and the cars in front tracking a little bit slowly. And Zuskovics gets through. Daugavins ends up at the back end of that because of the 5.06. I think that was Christoph Tillotson that did make it through. So there is blue flags. That is probably more than likely for, I think, Lochmelis, who was running a little bit slow coming out of the final corner. But timer has expired. Next time round, Martin Spickius will take us on to the final lap. And so there we go, final lap underway. A lot of people keeping out of the wet weather conditions as Tillotson T4 are ready for their 2nd race of the weekend. But it is going to be a nice little battle here, but it is going to be more than likely Martin Spickius that is going to pick up the race win very shortly. And some drivers only making it onto the final lap. But it is going to be the case that Martin Spickius, he wasn't the fastest driver overall. That was Rodrigo Frams. It is going to be one driver above all, the number 507 from Rmc Latvia checkered flag now waves. Spikius has already taken the checkered. Rodrigo Frams will take second. Well, no, Frams takes the win. So Martin Spikius... Oh, did a 1 minute one. So Martin Spikius hit drama. And Rodrigo Frams spins on the... Oh. You see there are dramas happening. Rodrigo Frams gets the 521 Birolot back up and fired. So a big turnaround. It was a 1 minute 1.4 on the last lap by Martin Spikius, and 7 seconds was the swing in the way of Rodrigo Frams. Maybe even 8 seconds. But well, there you go. Rodrigo Frams winning by 1.6 seconds ahead of Martin Spikius. Marcus Spikius a further 9.3 seconds behind in third. Edwin Zuskovics, Kristaps Kaliksons, Emils Daugavins, Kalis Brixius, Maris Lochmelis and Dimitris Antunovics round out the 9 finishers. Well, Antunovics unfortunately retiring on lap 2. Well, with that being said, we have one more race before the lunch break where everyone can have a little bit of a respite from these wet weather conditions. And we have Tillotson T4. So here is your starting grid according to the live. Well, this is what I've got. Rudolf Berzen's due to start from pole position, but I think it was Elizabeth Johan Zolce that took pole position in time qualifying. There we go. There it's been amended. Elizabeth Johan Zolce ahead of Daniels Berzins with Kiros Dimitrievs, Rudolf Rupainis. Then we've got Dacic Rosberga, Edvards Jimenez, Davis Almans and Rudolf Berzins rounding out the 8 strong. So Tillotson T4 will have a 7 minute plus an additional lap second heat, and then we'll be going on to our lunch break, and then we'll be having our pre-finals and then finals, and then that will conclude today's racing action. So please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. So let's see what happens with these drivers over 7 minutes plus an additional lap. Into the final corner, revs rise, green flag drops and we're underway. Let's see who gets the best run into turn 1. It is going to be the whole shot and makes it through. So of course the Tillotson T4s, a very, very different kind of kart. and they're running on 225cc 4-stroke engines. And the reason for Tillotson T4 to be created was to provide a cost-effective, low-maintenance package that everyone could race on and be in the same, same situation. Effectively, a one-make series. Zorce leads by nearly 1.3 seconds. Beresin's third. Rullītī running at the top 4. Jimenez fifth. Zalman's now up to 6th place. Dacia Grosberger and Rudolfs Beresins rounds out the 8-strong grid. But an overtake has occurred. Daniels Beresins through on Dimitrievs. But Zorce is the fastest driver out there. Her best lap so far, 56.327. But Davis Zalmans, shades of last year from the 949, getting through now up to 4th place. Going to do the old Scandinavian flick a la Stig Blomqvist to get through. So, Zorce leads, Beresin's second, Zalman's now up to 3rd, and it's charging forward. And he's just put in the new fastest lap of the race, 56.262 seconds from the 949. We do say that the wet weather is a great equaliser. Well, Davis Zalmans has definitely found that to be the case. Halfway through this last heat, number 2 of the weekend, there was a brief yellow flag, so someone's had a slight bit of an off. One of our cameras on the live stream is currently indisposed at the moment, but should be back up and running after the break. So we'll show you as much of the racing action as we possibly can. No limits to their assistance over the course of the season so far. Zorce leading the way. Davis Zalmans now through Daniels Beresins for that 2nd place, and the gap between 1st and 2nd is only 1.2. Zalmans is the best part of nearly 9/10 of a second quicker than the race leader, and there is 2 3/4 minutes left to go. So gap now was 1.2, it's been halved. Zalmans is firing on all 225cc of that 4-stroke engine behind him on his right hand side. Gap now 6.5 tenths. Another fastest lap a couple of laps ago from Zalmans, and he was consistent. He did a 55.167 on lap 4, 55.220 on the last lap, and now Elisabetta Johan Zorce is going to have to look behind her quite a lot more, because Zalmans is closing that gap. Under braking is bumper to bumper with the 925. Could be an upcoming change for the race lead. Oh, diving up the inside. Little bit of a hip check from sidewall to sidewall, and Davis Zalmans is through for the race lead with 1 minute and 20 to go on the timer. Zalmans has done a top gear from the rear. Absolutely brilliant stuff from the 9:49. Not the best qualifying, but normally in racing, Zalmans has a very good race pace. Now Zulce has to weather not just the fact that Zalmans is through for the race lead, but also having to deal with spray hitting her visor. Two laps remain, and Davis Zalmans is over Elizabeth Zulce here in Tillotson T4. The Nations Cup being broadcasted from the Cartodromo Lucas Guerrero in Valencia in Spain last weekend. Zalmans is going to hold on at the moment. 0 is now on the timer. The penultimate lap of the race, most of the way through. So we'll have 9 laps of racing completed by Tillotson T4. And at the moment, Davis Zalmans doing exactly what he needs to do. Through into the final left-hander. 1 more lap remains. Davis Zalmans leads the way, and look at the gap, it's now 1.3 seconds. He's broken the deadlock between himself and Elizabeth Zulce for the race lead. Daniel Spettis Pedersen was at the sharp end of the field, now running P3 through the chicane and into the next right-hander. Zalmans only has a few more corners to negotiate. Into the next left-hander and the left-hand hairpin. Right-hand hairpin. 1 more corner remains, and winning heat number 2 with a comeback drive in these difficult weather conditions. Davis Zalmans wins heat 2 here at Jelgava for Tillotson T4 ahead of Elizabeth Johan Zulce. Daniel Pedersen takes P3. Who's going to be 4th across the line? Very shortly we'll find out. Kiros Dimitrievs ahead of Kayanis. Then we've got Dacic Rosberger, might be crossing line very shortly in 6th. Rudolf Pedersen takes 6th. Dacic Rosberger and Edvards Jimenez rounds out the 8 strong, all making it to the checkered after 9 laps of racing. Well, folks, just to let you know, that is it for the set of heats this morning. And now, well, we have got, not too sure if we are going to be, looks like we might have the baby class out on circuit, part of the festivities here because obviously Yanis and Martinas, both the organisers for Rotax Max Challenge Latvia and Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania, do run side by side a couple of times every single season. But from my side, Alex Goldschmidt here on commentary, I will be back just well, it looks like, hang on, is that actually the fact that we are seeing that we have got Micro Nano? Are they going out? I'm not 100% sure. But it looks like it might be the fact that some of our marshals are going to head for a little bit of shade, a little bit of shelter, and a little bit of respite. So from my side, I will see you just before we get underway with our pre-finals at 20 to 1 this afternoon. So, I'll see you very soon. Welcome back to live coverage of the Latvian Championship, Rotax Max Challenge Latvia, Latvian Karting Cup, Tillotson T4 Latvia, and the final round of Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania, being hosted at the Rullītī circuit here in Jelgava. So we've already had dramas plentiful this morning. What's more, we've also had a big change in the weather. Now, obviously, for those that were watching with us a little bit earlier on during the DD2 and the DD2 Masters second heat of the weekend, the heavens quite literally opened. But now it is time for the penultimate set of races for this weekend. Very soon, in about 3.5 minutes time, we're going to go into action for our pre-finals, and then at around about 10 to 3 this afternoon local time, we will be going into the finals. So we've already gone through all the qualifying sessions for all the respective classes, including Micro and Nano, who will start the action very soon in under 3 minutes with their pre-final, which will take place over 8 minutes plus an additional lap. The same amount will be, the same time duration will be there for Micro Max and Mini Max. Then we go to 10 minutes plus an additional lap for the remainder of the pre-finals from Junior right the way through to the two Tillotson T4. The finals, it will be 11 minutes plus an additional lap for Micro Nano, Micro Max, Mini Max, 12 minutes plus an additional lap for the final for Tillotson T4, and then all other classes will be 14 minutes plus an additional lap. The marshalling team is getting into position here at the circuit, which measures just 1,060 metres. A nice blend of technical sections plus also some fast flowing sections to it as well, including the section you see here from the start finish straight down into turn 1, into turn 2, and then into turn 3. Then you've got to be very, very careful with the chicane through turns 4 and 5 before heading into the right hand hairpin. So good to see a couple more comments coming in saying, well, we've had Mayus Kasgavicius saying bravo to Patrikos Jokius, who won the second Mini-Max heat earlier on this morning. But Micro Nano for the pre-final. The drivers are set and ready in the dummy grid, as we are literally seconds away from the 30-second board being shown and then the green flag being waved at the end of the dummy grid. And there you see part of the infield of the circuit, whereby there is still quite a bit of standing water on the track at this moment in time. Grey clouds overhead. And the wind has picked up as well whilst I say that. You can hear the noise against the cameras. Possible potential further chance of rain expected. 40% chance of rain. Gusts of winds are up to around about 16 kilometres an hour, 10 miles an hour. But Micro Nano have been released. Let's take you through the starting grid for the Micro Nano final. So to take place over 8 minutes plus an additional lap. Dimas Ranseca will lead from pole position ahead of Daniel Stonis, the number 96 from Taras Racing. Dimas Rimas for the Lithuanian Birolart squad will start on the inside of row number 2. Alongside will be Raides Duoksins and then Rodrigo Pica in the number 18 from Latvia, rounding out the 5-strong grid. So again, traction will be at a premium for these drivers, and not just in the Micro Nano class. You can see the big amount of standing water going through into the final right-hand hairpin, which then leads us onto the final left-hander onto the circuit. And now onto the official formation. That goes the field. So the field now in their 2x2 rolling start formation ahead of 8 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. They'll kick-start the finals at 10 to 3 this afternoon, bearing in mind of any stoppages or any delays thereof. So Drenseca and Stonis on the front row of the grid through the penultimate hairpin on the circuit. The left-hander now into the right. And then we have one more hairpin to go. A lot of standing water, but they've got to get into formation now. Drivers primed and ready as the green flag awaits them on the start-finish line. Into the tram lines, the drivers start to split. We are going to get the green flag going. So, Daniel Astonis goes through the right-hand side at turn number 1 as Timo Stalanseka was constantly looking to the right-hand side of the circuit on the start-finish straight. Now through into the chicane here at turns 4 and 5. And coming up will be slight right-hander leading into the hairpin here at 6. So Daniel Astonis needs to keep a tighter line if possible. But there's a change for second. Timas Rimas now through on Timo Stalanseka. Stalanseka might look for the move up the inside through into the next left. Oh, has to bail out of that one rather quickly. Did the number 12 from TS Motorsport. Bit of a drift wide there from Timas Rimas. Through goes back Stalanseka back into second position. But Daniel Astonis will lead the field coming out of the final corner and complete the opening lap. Gap between first and second is 2.5 tenths. Half a second covered the top 3. Daniel Astonis with the fastest lap of the race so far, 1 minute 1.456. As the drivers make their way through out of turn number 5, through the chicane into 6. Here at the right-hand hairpin. So, Stalanseka looking for a move. Rimas looking for a move. Gets back through on Stalanseka. So that would have been through turn 7 and 8. Now into 9. Oh, careful. Timas Rimas managed to go wide coming out of the next corner. But look at the overspeed that the number 55 has. And might get the cut through. Uses the standing water and now goes for the race lead and gets it through the final left-hander. 2 corners, jumps from 3rd to 1st, but Astonis is not going to have any of that. Leads the field back again into turn 1 here on lap number 3. Great exchange from these 3 drivers. Zins and Pika a little bit further behind. As Rimas has got to be very careful. Coming through that chicane, Stalanseka whacks his way through the standing water puddles out of the chicane, dives up the inside to try and retake second. As Rimas gets through at 7, keeps it round the outside. Stalanseka tried to also force the window of opportunity his way through turn number 8, now through 9. Now where has Rimas gone? Is Rimas still ahead? Well, let's just keep an eye. Yeah, Rimas went off the circuit again, it looks like, and dropped the race lead and went down back to 3rd. Now again, has a real good run coming out of the final corner. Is going to be wheeled to... Oh, Astonis loses nearly the back end of the number 96 Mach 1. Coming out of that final corner, but still hung on to it. Great control by these youngsters in the wet. We're about 40 seconds away from half-time on the counter. And Timas Rimas holding off Daniel Astonis for second place at the moment, but this is allowing Timo Stalanseka to pull away into the distance. So Stalanseka having a little bit of a lead, was 0.8 of a second ahead of Timas Rimas after lap number 3. The number 55 in second position has the fastest lap of the race so far. 1 minute, 0.189. As we are close to completing lap number 4, we hit half time, and well, there was a bang of frustration on the steering wheel by Daniel Astonis, who wishes he was probably a little closer behind the back one, 2 in front. Rimas closes that gap. New fastest laps set by the number 55 in second position, a 59.492. Astonis just spins it through the chicane. That's going to be a head in the steering wheel. That says volumes. Really feel for that driver, but Timas Rimas clips the curb and goes off the circuit. Whilst trying to look to the outside of Timo Stalanseka, and that was coming through in towards turn number 7. So Timas Rimas got caught out by that one very, very quickly. Just the right side wheels on the outside curbing just caught him out and then pitched him onto the grass. So a little bit of mud and grass will be stuck in between the tread patterns on the Mojo wet weather tyres. 3 minutes to go, and TS Motorsports Timas Transeca leads the way by nearly 1.1 seconds. And last time around put in a 1 minute 1 minute.647. Rimas 1 minute 1.872, 1.2 seconds off. However, in the meantime, Transeca has lost time to Rimas, who really has got a bit more pace in the number 55 Birolart. That gap was 1.9 seconds, so Transeca's maybe had a little bit of a mistake that has lost all that momentum, and that lead was 1.9 seconds. Now, half a second, 1.3 seconds, and a new fastest lap. Well, 1.3 seconds taken out of the race leader, and a new fastest lap by Timas Rimas, 58.949. Timas Transeca, 60.348. So a lot of time taken out of the race leader. And now they're battling for the race lead. Rimas gets through. Rimas gets through, sideways out of turn 7, into 8. He's got to be very, very careful. Coming into 9, goes wide. That time did not go too wide, thank goodness. So now through the standing water out of what would be turn number 11 through turn 12. So 54 seconds on the timer remains. This and one more lap to go. And Rimas has a lead of 0.8 of a second ahead of Transeca. They've both got to be very, very careful. With these wet weather conditions, you are going to be effectively treading on eggshells right the way up to the checkered flag. You don't want to spin and cost yourself the opportunity of a race victory. But Transeca is closing. Rimas sideways out of turn number 6, now through into 7. A little bit more progressive steering input from the number 55. Through into 9, bit of chronic oversteer there for Transeca. Tried to turn the kart left and then had to activate the right hand down motion in order to try and help the kart rotate. And in these wet weather conditions, these drivers are being so finite with their steering inputs. Out of the final corner, last lap underway. Timas Rimas leads ahead of Timas Transeca by just over 0.9 of a second. So now into turn number 3. Oh, Rimas a little bit wide, coming out of the corner and bumping through the outside curbing, runoff area, and also through the splash puddle, which means that Transeca is closing that gap. And Rimas very, very much sideways there. Transeca closing on in as they come out of turn 8 for the final time. Now into 9, Transeca's going to line it up to the inside. Rimas holds the outside line and defends. Through turn 10. Could be a run to the line here in the pre-final for Micro Nano. One more corner to go. This time, Timas Rimas will he get the win? Yes, he does, and celebrates as Transeca comes sideways out of that final corner and finishes just under 0.6 behind. Now we're waiting for our third place driver, 4th and 5th as well. Timas Rimas, your provisional Micro Nano winner in the pre-final. Daniel Astonis takes 3rd. And we're still waiting for the other 2 drivers to come across the line. Raidas Rogsins and Rodrigo Pica. There they are, across the line. All drivers making it to the end, but Timas Rimas is your provisional Micromax Nano pre-final winner. Next up, we've got our pre-final for Micromax itself. time for our next pre-final. Let's take it. Take place over 8 minutes plus an additional lap. So, Emilis Juozaitis will start from pole position. Remigijus Kriausiunas will line up alongside on the front row. Sauli Vaikute and Martins Lapins will be on row number 2. Oskaras Pikovas and Kalis Berntsons will be row 3. Emilis Kapkauskas and Dominic Lepp will be on row number 4. With Kasparas Kasamekas and Andrius Maniusis rounding out the top 10. Completing the 18 strong grid are Rodrigo Taurins, Tarasim Nikas, then Aras Pascalis Bagatrius, Leonas Zarikov, Jonas Gelzenis, Domas Norkus, Johan Ledvi and Timur Babenko rounding out the grid. Drivers now head on to their official formation lap. So still a significant amount of standing water on the circuit here, the Rullītī circuit here at Jelgava, 1,060 metres. It's going to be down to the NSL Racing duo, both representing Lithuania on the front row of the grid, the number 17 of Juozaitis and the number 99 of Kriausiunas alongside. So the drivers making their way out of turn number 8. So the field is primed and ready as they come out of turn number 11. A bit of a checking up there at the back end of the field, but now they start rolling in the right direction. Into the tram lines, green flag. Will it drop? No, it doesn't. Round again we go for another formation lap. So once again, the drivers have to still themselves and be ready. So through into turn number 10, the drivers, for the second time of asking, are steeled and ready for the race start. 8 minutes plus an additional lap. And then, of course, we'll see who will become triumphant in these very difficult and inclemental wet weather conditions here in Jelgava. Drivers told to really, really slow it down. And some of them deciding to wipe a little bit of the spray off of their visors. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise, green flag drops, and the pre-final for micros are underway. Kriausiunas loses a position to Pitkovas in the meantime as the field makes its way through turns 1, 2 and 3, now into 4 and 5, and what a start from Vaikute, already up into second position. Kalis Berntsons battling away with Dominic Lepp, the Estonian in the number 44, as a jockey for position for P3 between Pitkovas, who had to his outside through out of 7. That was Kriausiunas. And now they've got Martins Lapins. This is getting a bit tetchy in the battle for P3, and it could change again up the inside. goes Emils Kapkauskas, but then gets overtaken around the outside into turn number 11 very briefly. But some drivers able to use the slingshot through that final right-hand hairpin as a change for third again. Shuazaitis leads the way. Babkute second. Third, I think, was Kriausiunas. Side by side, a little bit further back, that was for sixth. Carles Bernssons versus Martins Lapins. Now through into turn number 6 go the field. Shuazaitis only having a 4/10 of a second advantage over Vaidkute. There's the battle for P3. Remigius Kriausiunas and Emilis Kapkauskas. Kapkauskas also having a really good run of form. The driver in the MG Motorsport car, teammate to Vaidkute in second. And the 18 strong rounded out by Racing Academy's young Estonian driver, Johan Leedvee. Someone loses a few positions. I think that might have been Bernssons on the Energy Corsa chassis. But Shuazaitis still leads by about 8 3/4 tenths. Dive up the inside through at turn number 1. That was brave from Dominic Lepp, I think, on Martins Lapins. Lapins trying to come back through into turns 4 and 5 here at the chicane. And Bernssons dives the inside into the right-hander here at 6. Gets through, but not able to put the power down. Lepp gets back through, retakes the place. Leaders coming through towards the final few corners. There's your race leader, Emilis Shuazaitis, in the number 17, leading the way ahead of Saulo Vaidkute in the MG Motorsport entry, the number 98. Who's being hunted down by Remigius Kriausiunas. Shuazaitis now leads by nearly 1.2 seconds as we are on lap 3. Just under 5 minutes to go, plus that all-important additional lap. Carles Bernssons finds himself down in 9th position behind Dominic Lepp from the X Racing team from Estonia in the number 44. Kriausiunas in the meantime decides to dive up the inside through at turn number 11. On Vaidkute, who gets a little bit of a switchback, might get an opportunity to go through at turn 3, possibly, if not turn 6. Whilst they're battling away, Shuazaitis is clear by 2 seconds. Through the chicane at 4 and 5. This time, Vaidkute dives up the inside through at turn number 6. But Kriausiunas loses out the position. Wasn't able to put it towards the inside. Through at turn 7. Now into turn 9. All bit sideways there by Vaidkute. Having to steer right to correct the slide. Kriausiunas gets back through again. Vaidkute this time just dives back up the inside. Does the switch back through at turn 11. Gets the whole shot, gets the traction, and the rear tyres bite down through the surface water into the tarmac. Still a pretty good effort from Kriausiunas and Vaidkute to give each other enough racing room to compete for a top 3 finish. The race lead looks to be out of everyone else's grasp as Shuazaitis is well up the road, about 3.5 seconds as things stand. So all competitors continuing to run out on circuit. 18 have started this race, and with just under 2.5 minutes to go plus an additional lap, there is still 18 drivers running. The lead now is 3.6 seconds between Emilis Juozaitis and Sauli Vaidkute. Juozaitis, fastest lap of the race on lap 5, 56.511. You can also see now with these differing weather conditions that the drivers are leaning on to respective sides of the kart in order to facilitate getting the maximum amount of traction coming down, traction on the circuit. Now that's quite important. You want to make sure that your kart is steering in the right direction, and more to the point, you want to make sure that you're not giving the opportunity to the driver behind, who is your closest rival, the opportunity to get through and past and gain another spot. So 56.785 was the last lap by the race leader. Juozaitis, Vaidkute and Kliausiunas were about 0.6 of a second apart. Pitkovas battling away with Kapkauskas for 4th position. They're making their way through the chicane. There's Taras Simnikas, Martins Lapins, Dominic Lep and Kalis Benetsons who round out the top 9. Andrius Manousis completes the top 10 ahead of Inas Zarikov, Aras Paskalis Bagatrius, Rodrigo Taurins, Kasparas Kasamikas, Tomas Norkus, Jonas Gelzenis, Timur Babanko and Johan Ledvi rounding out the 18 strong as Pitkova stumbles a little bit, going a bit too wide. Coming out of turn number 9 into turn 11 they go. 2 laps remain, including the one that the race leader is now on, who crossed the line with 22 seconds on the timer in the Micromax pre-final. Emilis Juozaitis leads by nearly 4 seconds ahead of Vaidkute as Lep and Lapins go wheel to wheel through turn 1, and Lep holds on to that place. Great run there by the number 44. Pitkovas nearly stumbles coming out of turn number 5, but is putting on a move here on Kapkauskas, and they make a little bit of contact into turn number 6. All left front into the side pod, and they're still nearly wheel to wheel out of turn number 8. So Pitkovas trying to keep in the wheel tracks of Emilis Kapkauskas. Looks through the inside here at turn number 10. Won't get the job done. Might try the switch back here. Depends on who gets the better traction, and it could be Kapkauskas does so. Last lap underway. Emilis Juozaitis leads Sauli Vaidkute by 4.4 seconds. Kliausiunas third, a further 0.6 back. Then Kapkauskas and Pitkovas battling tooth and nail over 4th position as they come out of turn number 3. Taras Simnikas is chasing them down on the number 88 Birulart. Oh, Kapkauskas nearly opening that door for Pitkovas, who might launch it up the inside through into turn 6. This time the number 48 on the Paralin decides otherwise. Now through into turn number 8. Meantime, our race leader is probably not that far away from completing the last lap as Pitkovas dives to the inside here at turn number 10. Through on Kapkauskas, gets the move done, but it is going to be one driver above all as the battle for third. This battle still continues to rage on. Emilis Juozaitis takes the race victory. Sauli Vaidkute hangs on ahead of Remigius Kliausiunas, and it's going to be a drag race to the line. It's going to be Taras Simnikas. Simnikas steals 4th on the final lap. Brilliant stuff. Absolutely brilliant. The unpredictability of the weather just showcases how difficult it is out there for these youngsters. So Emilis Juozaitis is your provisional pre-final winner for Micromax ahead of Sauli Vaidkute by nearly 5 seconds, 4.8 more to the point. Ahead of Remigius Kliausiunas, Taras Simnikas, Emilis Kapkauskas, Oskaras Pitkovas, Dominic Lep, Martins Lapins, Kalis Benetsons, Andrius Manousis, Leonas Zarikov, Rodrigo Taurins, Aras Paskalis Bagatrius, Kasparas Kasamekas, Domas Norkus, Jonas Galzenis, Timur Babenko and Johan Ledvi from Estonia rounds out the field. All of them completing every single one of the 10 laps. Well, the first time of asking, it was send him round for another lap. Green flag dropped on the second time. and it was more a case of who would be best of the drivers throughout this race. Great squabbles up and down the order, right up until the checkered flag. But, well, there was only one driver that really couldn't be challenged and won it by the best part of nearly 5 seconds. That was Rmc. But still, this battle here between Pirkovas and Kriausiunas really came down to the wire, and they were battling right up until the last lap. But Taras Simnikas was waiting in the wings on the final lap and managed to get through, and there was a little bit of contact between the two. And then, well, Zimnikas celebrated, saying, "Thank you very much, that's all mine." But there is your winner of the pre-final, Rmc in the number 17. However, we head back onto our next pre-final. Let's turn our attention to Minimax. Here's the starting grid. Patrikos Jokius will be joined by Gustas Radavicius on the front row. Normantas Avarasevičius and Alex Menezes round out row number 2. Jack Collinson will be joined on row 3 by Rodrigo Kakers. Orinis Karadavicius and Jonas Bundis will be on row number 4. Klaus Hans and Juris Bluxner round out the top 10, making it an all Latvian row 5. Then we've got Joris Stankiewicz, Max Kononovs, Sarunas Amanavicius, Keita Spike, Tauvidas Dagis, Emilia Galovikute and Domas Karadavicius rounding out the field. So the drivers go on to their official formation lap, ahead of 8 minutes plus 1 lap of racing. Their final will take place at 3:22 p.m. local time here in Jelgava. So the field is primed and ready for their penultimate race of the weekend. For the Lithuanian competitors, this will be the penultimate race of their 6th round, the final round for Rmc Lithuania. And they will have their prize giving, and they will hand out their tickets for the Rotax Grand Finals. Those competing in the Latvian Championship will have to wait until Madwana next week. Into the tram lines we go. Green flag drops straight away, and it's a big old scramble into T1. Collinson already trying to make moves, and he's looking for second already as Jack Collinson got through. He's nearly done it. He got up to third, but nearly had the opportunity to go for second. Drivers scrambling for traction through that opening chicane, but Patrikos Jokius leading the way through turn 6 now into 7. Collinson has got the bit between his teeth, and he's going for it. Collinson might dive up the inside. That's on the 133, and just mistimes it a little bit there. Loses the momentum coming out of the corner. He drops to 5th place, which is exactly where he started. But we've got a yellow flag at T1, but that driver has managed to get going again. But Patrikos Jokius leads the way. Romantas Avarsevicius in 2nd. Gustas Radavicius in 3rd. Lorinas Karadavicius in 4th. Jack Collinson in 5th. That might have just changed, I think. But more drivers trying to be a little bit more advantageous, trying to go through into turn 6, which included Alex Menezes. And that was a bit of a Code Brown moment there between the 144 and I think the 126. Alex Menezes and Lorinas Karadavicius. Menezes was sideways coming out of turn number 9, it looked like. Blue flags are being waved, so That might be Kater Spike that has dropped down to the bottom of the order. Meantime, which it is the case, so Radovicius has gotten through. Next up, well, Collinson's up to P4 now. He's got to try and push the tempo a little bit here. And, well, Kater Spike, the RM Latvia driver, is having to keep out of the way of the faster drivers, but it's also the responsibility... right. Driver has ended up off circuit, off of turn 9, I think. So, Patrikas Jokius leads the way. Varsavicius, Radovicius, Collinson, Stankiewicz, Kakas, Pluksna, Hans, Menezes and Dagis. They round out the top 10. There is the race leader, Patrikas Jokius. Based more these days in the Mediterranean locality of Nice in France these days. But this is the battle for second position. Nomantas Varsavicius for the driver development team. And Gustas Radovicius for the Baltic Karting Academy. Oh, it nearly came to a head there. Through out of turn number 11. And the 133 on the CRG might get the run into turn number 1. And through goes the number 133 of Radovicius before they even cross the stripe. But Varsavicius back up the inside through at turn number 3. The CRG nearly sideways as the 133 gets through, threading the eye of the needle. That was brilliant stuff from Radovicius. Got the move through, took the tighter line into turn number 3. They're coming out of turn 6 now and into the double left here at 7 and 8. All the CRG a little bit too wayward on the back end. Out of turn 7, but still holds on to second position. Jack Collinson embroiled in a really, really big battle with the 199 of Joris Stankiewicz. Collinson running 5th. Stankiewicz now 4th. So they've swapped positions in the meantime. 3 minutes and 20 to go, plus an additional lap. And still the battle wages on. Patrikas Jokius has checked out. He's 4.3 seconds up the road after 5 laps of racing. Hit at Jelgava. As Varsavicius, the back end on the Birillart was sideways out of 3. But nice correction. Full on right hand down, modulate the throttle and get the kart straightened up. But still their battle over second place wages on. And this is just giving Patrikas Jokius, who's about to come out of the final corner and complete lap number 6 with relative ease. A bit more battling. That was the 163 of Joris Pluksna, I believe, that just made the move on the 153 of Rodrigo Kakas. Well, Jack Collinson's dropped to 7th. There's Toviras Dagis and Jonas Pundis close in proximity to one another. Drivers have got to be very, very careful of turns 4 and 5 at the chicane. And, well, that was a bit of a moment there for Joris Pluksna in the 163. Very, very deep coming out of turn number 6. But everyone's still running at the moment. 17 drivers started this race, and with a minute and a half to go plus an additional lap, still 17 drivers on circuit. Patrikas Jokius has a lead of 4.8 seconds. And Augustas Radovicius, Nomantas Varsavicius rounds out the top 3. Joris Stankiewicz, Rodrigo Kakas, Joris Pluksna, Jack Collinson, Alex Menezes, Klaus Hans, Tovidas Dagis round out the top 10. Patrikos on lap number 7 set the fastest lap of the race. Actually, it was lap 2. Patrikos did a tour of 1.06 kilometres in 55 seconds flat, and is running in the mid 55 second bracket at the moment. This battle for fourth is going to come down to the wire, it looks like, because both drivers not able to get away from the other. Nearly joined at the bumper, but there goes Jokius onto the penultimate lap. Ladovicius, Varasavicius, Stankovičius and Kakras battling away over fourth. Sixth looks to be Pluxner. Collinson 7th at the minute. Well, no, it's Menezes that has got through on the 191. So Collinson down to 8th. There's a bit of a wayward moment there for Rodrigo Kakras, who has got through on Stankovičius. That is for 4th place on the road as they exit out of turn number 6. Time has expired in the Minimax pre-final. So next time around we'll get the last lap board in this race, and Patrikos Jokius continues to lead the way, has been relatively untroubled. Last lap underway in the Minimax pre-final, and Patrikos Jokius' lead over Gustavs Radovicius is 5.1 seconds and climbing sector after sector. Radovicius second, Varasavicius a further 1.5 seconds back down in third. Rodrigo Kakras fourth. Joris Stankovičius, Joris Pluxner, Alex Menezes, Jack Collinson, Klaus Hans, Tauvidas Dagis are rounding out the top 10. But it is going to be a mere formality because Patrikos Jokius exits out of the final corner. The GS Racing Club driver does it again and wins the pre-final after 10 laps. Second, it's going to be Baltic Karting Academy's Gustavs Radovicius, with driver development's Normantas Radovicius rounding out the top 3. Rodrigo Kakras, Joris Stankovičius rounds out the top 5 ahead of Joris Pluxner, Alex Menezes. Jack Collinson will take 8th. Ahead of Jonas Pundis, Klaus Hans, Tauvidas Dagis, Tomas Karadovicius, Max Kononovs takes 13th. Gator Spike will finish a lap down in 17th position as we're just waiting for the final 3 drivers to cross the line and take the checkered flag. Lorenz Karadovicius, Sarunas Amanavicius and Emilia Karavikute complete the top 16, but Patrikos Jokius goes into the final with a bag full of confidence after that display out on track. Now time for the junior pre-final. This time 10 minutes plus an additional lap. Here's your starting grid. Tom Strella has been in dominant display once again, and he's leading an SM Racing 1-2-3. He's going to be joined on the front row by teammate Timothy Vladimirov, and then Timis Pesarica will be behind the 238 on the inside of row number 2. Fernando Pemre, well, will start 4th, ahead of the Rmc Latvia duo of Marco Plinter and Elise Stolchamani, who ran at row 3.
Marius Karciaukas and Adrian Steons will be on row 4 ahead of Ginas Rimkus and Markus Jauk, who round out the top 10. 20 drivers set to take part in this pre-final, with Martins Volts, Robin Semet, Hans Markus Narusk, Gabriels Moises, Municipal Bekas, Rafael Zarnask, Aloisas Sekavicius, Oskaras Kwogas, Christas Lipins and Freddy Karastik. That is your 20-strong junior Rotax grid here for the pre-final. So the drivers head on to their formation lap. And we'll be getting under starters' orders. Ready for 10 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. Right then, we are under starters' orders for the junior pre-final. Into the tram lines we go. Green flag drops straight away and Strela gets the jump. Side by side for fourth position. Stolcimani was looking very, very racy after the green flag dropped, but Strela leads the field into the chicane. Stolcimani having to battle with Payam there. All bit slow there, and we've had a turnaround and a little bit of an incident. 295 Zarnask goes into the side of Serkavicius off of turn 5 at the chicane. Not exactly how the 227 for the Bigyo LT Pilanai team would have wanted. But there is still time to gather positions back. And again, these drivers just having to tippy-toe in these conditions. Of course, the racing was very, very different in Heat 2 this morning. The track was evolving and drying out quite substantially. Tom Strela has a lead. What was just over a tenth of a second looks to be more than quadruple that going through into the chicane. It's getting a little bit hot and heated under the collar because there is the Baltic Karting Academy's Ginas Rimkus in the 272, who has dropped all the way down to 11th and is being challenged by the likes of, well, you've got in that picture, you've got quite a few drivers, Adrian Steons, Markus Jauk, Robin Semet, as there could be a change here into turn number 1. Timothy Vladimirov up the inside, through at C1 on the 211 of Marko Plinta. Nice overtake from the SM Racing driver representing Latvia. Closing in on them will be Fernando Pemre in the 277, youngster from Estonia, as the field makes its way through out of turn 6 into 7. Bumping over the curb was Vladimirov at that point, just trying to help the car shift its weight and momentum to go through the corner. Well, that is Gabriel's Moises kart that I've just seen. Kristaps Lipins has ended up down to the bottom end of the order. So one kart already out. We might have another one out as well. Couldn't really see the number of that kart as they went through turn number 9. The kart was on the inside. I think there's a driver there too. They're closing in on Marko Plinta as they come through out of turn number 2 into 3. Again, still visibility at a premium. But again, that track is starting to evolve. There is, you know, we had that significant amount of rainfall in the DD2 and DD2 Masters second heat, which literally caught out a few drivers, even caught out Patrick Knowles Loch Mellis, who eventually would end up not winning the race. That would be Martins Janovskis. So that card is actually Rmc Latvia's Kristaps Lipins that I've just seen on the inside of turn number 9. But another lap in the books for Tom Strela. Now on to lap 5. He's just set another new fastest lap with an average speed of 73 kilometres an hour. 51.902. The young man based out of Rullītī in the suburbs of the outlying area of Riga. So 4 minutes down, 6 to go plus an additional lap. Tom Strela is giving his opportunity to be at the front end of the field as big a chance as possible. Now having a 2.2 second lead over Timas Peserica. There is Michael Plinter being chased down by Fernando Pendre. Strela's lead after 5 laps now stretches to 2.5 seconds. On that particular occasion, his fastest lap was half a second quicker than the lap he just set. So Tom Strela still has plenty of clear track in front of him. So we're just under 4.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. There is still opportunity for some drivers to make their moves up the order. And the top 10 is as follows. Tom Strela leading after 6 laps with a 2.8 second advantage over Timas Peserica. Timothy Vladimirov in third. Michael Plinter, Fernando Pendre round out the top 5, followed by Elisa Stolchamani, Marius Karasiaukas, Robin Semet, looks like Gina Slimkus and Adrian Stions complete the top 10. And the gap between first and second expands to 3.5 seconds at the meantime, because Fernando Pendre has been caught hand over fist by Elise Stolchamani. Stolchamani gunning for 5th place. The driver from Rmc Latvia using the Sodi kart is closing that gap. Now looks to the right hand side. Not sure what for. Might have just been, oh, it's lost Elisa a small amount of time there, but there is still a possibility, because Stolchamani could at least by the end of this race be in the top 4, but then there will be a further mountain to climb between 4th and 3rd at the moment. Straight across the line to start lap number 8. Peserica over 4 3/4 seconds behind. Australia just did a 52-second flat lap time. Sideways for Plinter, going through in towards turn number 5 through the chicane. But in the meantime, there is going to be a change, and that is Timothy Vladimirov through on Timas Peserica. That is more importantly for 2nd place on the road. 2.25 minutes left to go. Strela has run away with this. Quite literally, we've hardly focused on the young man from Rullītī in Latvia. And there is 2nd and 3rd. 4th, 5th and 6th looks to be heating up. Again, Elisa Stolchamani is trying to use the double toe through into T1, but has got to be very, very careful of those curbs. She's just got through on the inside curbing. Oh, bangs the right rear wheel. Sideways goes Stolchamani through the chicane, catches a hold of it and straightens the kart up neatly but that is going to cost her time. Now, if she wants to get past Fernando Pemre and Michael Plinter to get up into 4th position to give her the best opportunity for the starting position for the final, she's got to do something within the next minute and 20 plus an additional lap. This is far from easy for these drivers, but they know that they've got to stick through it. Wipe of the visor from Fernando Pemre. Coming down the start-finish track, it's the only real chance you've got to breathe, but you're flat on the throttle all the way through. So the gap between Plinter, Pemre and Stolchamani was about 0.8 of a second after lap number 10. We've got 50 seconds on the timing to go, so we might get one and one more after this. So possibly 3 laps. Pemre is under fire now from Stolchamani, who's right on the rear bumper. Look for the inside move, or look for the outside line going into turn 7. Stolchamani trying to go through at turn number 9, trying to get the cut back. Pemre defends, blocks the door, and Stolchamani keeps the momentum going. Now he's going to look for the move up the inside through into turn number 11. Stolchamani defends against Pemre coming out of the corner and takes 5th place away from the 277. Now that has allowed Marco Plinter to get away. However, there's going to be this and one more to go. We're on lap 12 out of 13. Next time around, when he crosses the start-finish line, Tom Strahler will see the final lap board. Oh, bit of a touch between Pemre and Stolchamani goes around. That was a door that was never really going to be open for the 277 and forced the issue. So I wonder if there might be something investigated post-race by race control on that one. That's down to them. It was an assist. But it has been the case that Tom Strahler is now on the final lap. He's probably about 25% of the way through the lap anyway as things stand. 7.4 seconds up the road is the 238. Vladimirov, Perserica, Plinter, Pemre, Rimkus, Stolchamani drops to 7th as a result of that contact from Fernando Pemre, who holds on to 5th position at the moment. Marius Garciaukas, Robin Semet and Adrian Steelons round out the top 10. But there is one driver who has been absolutely dominant in this class, and it's not just been this weekend, it's been for a little bit of time over here, because Tom Strahler comes out of turn number 11. He's now through the final left-hander, and the Marupi native wins the pre-final by a comfortable margin, unchallenged, and no one able to be on the same foot as the 238. Vladimirov takes 2nd, Paserica takes 3rd. There is the provisional result of your race winner, Tom Strahler, led from green flag to checkered without any real trouble, winning by 8.1 seconds. The rest of the field make their way across the line as we speak. Timis Paserica rounds out the top 3, Michael Plinter, 4th, Fernando Pemre, Ginas Rimkus, Elisa Stolchamani, Marius Karciaukas, Robin Semet and Adeline Steelons provisionally round out the top 10. Ahead of Nemenos Volbekas, Martins Valts, Marcus Jauk, Olisas Zekavicius, Hans Markus Nerus, Oskar Skuoga, Freddy Karastik and Rafael Zelnas making it to the checkered. Richard Liepins out on lap 1 on turn 9, and Gabriel Moises didn't even make it through the first couple of corners and retired. But Strahler goes into the final on a provisional pole position. Here's the starting grid for the pre-final procedures, and it goes like this. Alan Kivlio will start once again from pole position. Alongside will be Ilya Sheremeta. Jon Kasper Joipera and Galis Kirikovs will start on row number 2. Row 3, Artyom Sestikovs and Tonis Johannes Domingas. Hubertas Budvidis and Linas Volunjevicius will be on row 4. Completing the top 10 will be Oliver Kerg and Henrikas Klepikas. Next up will be Roman Zrodinovs and Oskar Savitsky. Malta Spike and Kate Robbie 7 will line up on row number 7. Row 8, Bruno Perle and Noyus Jarolaitis. Rounding out the 19-strong grid, Ricardas Rixins, Artur Karo and Ivatas Dagalis. So the field makes its way onto the formation lap. Drivers are once again primed and ready. 10 minutes plus an additional lap here for the senior Rotax final at Jelgava. Revs rise, green flag drops, and straight away it's the scramble to T1. Kivlio leads the way. Second looks like Joipera got through into second position on the early exchanges. That very much is true as they come through the chicane, bumping over the curbing. Drivers getting a little bit close for comfort, through into turn 5, out of the chicane, 2, 3 wide nearly into turn 6. Everyone having to slam on the anchors very, very quickly. However, those drivers at the sharper end of the field, including Artyom Sestikovs, who is running behind, looks like Tonis Johannes Domingas, so it looks like Sestikovs has dropped down outside of the top 5 and into 6th position. Might even be actually at the bottom of the top 5. As the rest of the field makes their way clinging onto each other, coming out of turns 10 and 11 at the moment as things stand. But Kivlio leads the way. Second, it's Joipera, Sheremeta, Domingas, Sestikovs, Kirikovs now up into 6th place. Klepikas, Volunjevicius, Oliver Kerg and Roman Zrodinovs round out the top 10 in an early frantic opening lap. So again, with these wet weather conditions, you've really got to time your braking and also turning the kart in, get the rotation. Try and use the curves if you can, but obviously they are a little bit slicker than the tarmac at the circuit. And again, we're seeing some track evolution. There are some dry patches starting to occur, but it's very, very infrequent around the track. So everyone using the unconventional racing line, which is wherever you can find grip, you will use it, and that is exactly what Alan Kivlio has done to his advantage, and he leads after 2 laps by 1.1 seconds. Drama there for Bruno Perle. Oh dear, real shame there for the 318 from MRG Racing. We see what happened, so whether the kart has faltered or whether there's been an assist where Bruno Perle has been spun around, not 100% sure, but the battle for third place really starting to heat up, because we've got Ilya Sheremeta battling with Tonis Johannes Domingas. Fastest lap of the race set by the 4th place driver in the number 305, who is closing in. There we have got Kirikovs. That I think I might have just seen Oliver Kerg make up a position or two as Kivlio leads by 1.1 seconds again. Here is a possibility of Sheremeta coming under fire. It is from Domingas, the Estonian, right behind the Latvian coming through the chicane. Could there be an opportunity for the Estonian to make it through? He bumps over the curve through turn 5 and he launches it up the inside. That was a great bit of textbook driving there from Tonis Johannes Tumingas, the Estonian, in the 3:05. So well done to Tumingas to get through. Oh, Šeremetā's right side of the front bumper looks to be a little bit upwards. Not dragging on the ground, but a little bit higher than it should be. Maybe it's just be the way that the right front wheel is lifting off the circuit as the driver's trying to rotate the kart through the corners. Can look very deceptive. But Kivlio's lead is now being closed down because it was a 52.2 for Kivlio. Joipara in second, 51.8, 4/10 quicker. So, battle for the race lead might be on in a couple of laps' time. 6 minutes, 10 seconds, plus an additional lap. The top 5 rounded out by Artyom Sestakovs, the driver from Latvia for MRG Racing, rounds out that top 5. They were covered by 3.6 seconds. Now, at this point, at this juncture, it is incredibly, incredibly crucial as to how much time you do not want to lose. And what's happened is that Adam Kivlio is coming under fire. There's Jon Kasper Joipara, who's 4.5 tenths back. Joipara took another 3 tenths out of the race leader, and what's more, was not that far off of setting the all-time fastest lap in the race. Kivlio bumps through the curbing, Tumingas decides, oh no, Joipara deciding to avoid, going a little bit sideways, breaking the traction slightly. That might cost Joipara time, because that's going to bring Tumingas into play. Šeremetā's is not that far behind either. You could have a quartet of drivers with Artyom Sestakovs. If he closes that gap of 1.3 seconds between himself and Ilya Šeremetā's, it could be game on for the race victory for any one out of the top 5. There we have the battle between Kirikovs and I think that is Oliver Kerg just behind in the 363. Kerg sideways through out of turn number 9. Here comes Tumingas up the inside. He tries to go on his countryman, but Joipara holds his nerve and stays on the inside line, keeps a hold of that second position. But what's happened in the meantime, because they've been battling, Kivlio has gotten a bit more of an advantage back in his pocket, nearly the best part of 1.1 seconds. And that could climb. As the race leader has spun. Kivlio spun coming out of turn number 9. Joipara goes through. Tumingas goes through. Šeremetā's goes through. I would imagine maybe. Who's that behind? That is 3. Oh, that is Henrikas Klepikas. So Kivlio drops the kart out of turn number 9, was backwards and drops down to 5th. Jon Kasper Joipara now leads the way for AGS Racing Team here on lap number 8. What a big development, and now it's game on for the race lead. So Joipara, Tumingas, Šeremetā's. Tumingas dives to the inside at turn number 6 here on lap 8. Gets through, but who's going to get the better traction pull? It's Tumingas through into 7, now into 8. Now into turn number 9. The timer is counting down. 3.25 minutes to go. Tumingas getting very, very careful on the steering, using the curving there nicely through turn number 11. Gets the traction pull into turn number 12 out of the final corner. Top 3 covered by 1.4 seconds now. Top 3 covered by 9.5 tenths. Šeremetā's is not out of this yet. So, Tonis Johannes Tumingas, who set the fastest lap of this race on lap 6, now leads by half a second over Jon Kasper Joipara. It's an Estonian 1-2. Latvia's biggest hope at the moment is Ilya Šeremetā's, the SM Racing driver in the number 390, who rounds out the top 3. But big development. I did not expect that one coming from Adam Kivlio, who was leading consistently. Had dropped a little bit of time after 5 laps, I understand that, but losing the back end completely coming out of turn number 9. It just, as I said earlier on at the start of the broadcast, you can be caught out at any point in these weather conditions. And the man from Jugisu Kariklubi, the man from Estonia, Tonis Johannes Tumingas, is keeping a very good distance between himself and Jod Kasper Joipura. After 9 laps, the gap was nearly 7.5 tenths of a second. Tumingas with clear air, now able to push forward, but can't overstep that limit of adhesion. We've seen that with Kivlio, and as I said, these curbs are slick, and they can invite danger at a moment's notice. You approach it wrong, you attack it too hard, or you attack it too gracefully, then sometimes you can get caught out. 3 laps to go. And the gap now between first and second, well, it's not over yet. Jod Kasper Joipura went over 2.5 tenths of a second quicker, has got the gap down to under half a second. And again, the differing driving styles between our top 2. We've got Sheremeta in third. Sestikovs, Kivlio, Klepikas, Kirikovs, Budvidis and Volunjevicius round out the top 10 overall. As there is the battle for 4th place, Artyom Sestikovs versus Adam Kivlio. Looks like the sky is getting a little bit darker now, which says to me that the potential for inbound rain could be imminent. 2 to go. Tumingas leads by a second over Joipura. Sheremeta a further second back in third. A further 3 seconds back to Sestikovs, who's got his hands full here with Kivlio as they come through the chicane here at 4 and 5. And a little bit of a love tap from behind. Kivlio trying to see if he can put one up on Sestikovs, but that is not easy. Sestikovs defends into turn 7, bumping over the curb with the left side wheels through 7 and 8. Now the run into 9. This is where Kivlio lost it a few laps ago, but we are now at time expired. 1 more lap to go after this, and Tumingas is on his way to break the streak of Kivlio through Kivlio's own undoing. Final lap underway, gap now 1.1 between first and second, another 1.1 seconds separates second and third. Kivlio 4 tenths behind Sestikovs in the battle for P4. Leaders making their way through and towards turn 6 as we speak. Sestikovs defends nice and neatly through the curbing, runs a little bit wide out of that right hand hairpin at turn 6, through 7 into 8. Kivlio isn't going to win this race. It's going to be a different name at the sharp end of the field, because very shortly Tonis Johannes Tumingas, whose gap has been decreased, is going to come out of the final corner, and Estonia's Tonis Johannes Tumingas wins the pre-final. I bet he can't believe it. Jod Kasper Joipura second, Ilya Sheremeta third, Artyom Sestikovs fourth, Adam Kivlio rounding out the top 5. Henrikas Klepikas will come across the line in 6th ahead of Oliver Kerg. Galis Kirikovs, Hubertus Bufidis, looks like Romans Rodinovs has taken 10th. Volunjevicius, the 304 from NSL Racing, has come across the line in 11th, so dropped a position on the final lap. Head of Norris Jarolaitis, Kate Robiseva, Marta Spike, Oscar Savitsky having a difficult time down in 15th. Head of Ivadas Dagilis, Rikard Stigstins, Artur Caro, and Bruno Pala did get the 318 going again, but will finish a lap down off of the leader in 19th. So here is your starting grid for DD2 and DD2 Masters, the pre-final. On the front row, it will be an all MRG racing lineup. Both drivers representing Latvia, with Martin Zinovskis joined by Tomasz Birsins. Then Maxim Shurko and Chris Jean-Zemes will be on row number 2. Row 3, Edgars Vilkans and Tomas Rudokas. Norris Stenebergs and Patrick Snols-Lochmelis round out row 4. Alex Kasparovics and Arman Skanks will be the leading 2 DD2 Masters drivers, and they'll complete the top 10. On Andres Upkau starts 11th, alongside will be Ivars Us. Prit Karastik and Juris Alaitis will be on row 7. Martinas Balsiunas, Lukas Leonovicius and Paulius Latakas will complete the grid. Once again, it will be 10 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. So, let's get ready to go racing once again. Green flag drops for the DD2 and DD2 Masters pre-final as Janovskis defends into turn 1. Shurko up the inside of Birsins. Looks like also Birsins has lost out big time. He's down to 4th, maybe 5th by the chicane. He's 4th at the moment. So, great work there by Maxim Shurko and Christian Zemes. Or was that Edgars Vilkans? It was Vilkans, I think, that got through. Who started 5th on the grid, had the inside line going into T1 to 3, and now the race really, really begins in earnest. So Martin Janovskis leads the way as we go through into turn 11 here on lap 1. A little bit of checking up a little bit further back down the field. Second place very much under threat. Maxim Shurko drifts a little bit wide and he's sideways. And that is Edgars Vilkans, who's up to 2nd place through on the Lithuanian driver. Great work there by the 471. Now it's a case of starting to fight together. As in, don't start battling early in this race. Because the one thing you don't want to have happen is for the leader to get away. We've seen that in several other races over the course of the day. We've seen that in juniors. We've seen that in minis. So now Vilkans, Shurko, Birsins, et al. Need to start chasing down Martin Janovskis. Janovskis after the opening lap was 9.3 tenths of a second up the road. But with the speed I know that Vilkans has in that Sodi kart, if it's running at pace, it's going to be a good one. Here comes Patrick Snols-Lochmelis trying to look up the inside of Norris Stenebergs through turn 1. The 418 nearly got through, but it was very, very close to possible incident happening between these drivers. Lochmelis now finally gets through. That's at turn 6. And that puts him up to 5th place. Juris Alaitis in the meantime in 9th overall, leads ahead of Alex Kasparovics. Kasparovics, if I remember correctly, a previous Alex Kasparovics has taken part in the grand finals before for Team Latvia. Of course, one name missing from DD2 Masters, obviously now running his own facility in Latvia, Henry Skruber, doing a fantastic job of bringing young people into karting and also catering for the masses with indoor karting these days. But now, Lochmelis is through. More importantly, he's through for fourth. He's up past Birsins. Now the two MRG racing drivers need to start pushing. First person in front of them will be Maxim Shirko. Fastest lap in the meantime on lap number 4. Edgars Vilkans. Maxim Shirko also set his personal best on lap number 4. So did Lochmelis. And Lochmelis is going to look for the move up the inside. A little bit of a touch between the pair. Front bumper to right side pod. And Lochmelis is trying to get through. He's going to dive through the inside here at turn number 8. Great anticipation. Lochmelis tried to open the door through at turn 6. Shirko went no. He started to defend through turn 7. Ran a little bit wide. And that was the opportunity that Patrick Snolls Lochmelis needed to get through at turn number 8. That's third for the 418. And now the real hunt can begin. Oh, look at that. Calm and casual down the start-finish straight from Patrick Snolls Lochmelis, calmly wiping the moisture from the outside of his visor. Now Birsins is going to line up the move through at turn 6 here on Shirko, and that's job done. As you can see coming out of turn 8, as soon as Birsins walloped the curb with the left front tyre, the front axle bounded up and down the air, assisting the rear axle to get traction through out of turn number 8, but Shirko is still with the 411 at the moment. Vilkans is 1.2 seconds behind race leader Janovskis. And, well, Patrick Snolls Lochmelis, new fastest lap. The only driver in this race to break under 50 seconds. And it was by more than just a small amount. It was a big, big chunk of time taken. Lochmelis, 49.785. Let's put this into perspective, shall we? Edgars Vilkans last lap, 50.362. Janovskis, 50.549. Lochmelis took 7.5 tenths of a second out of the race leader. And now they're starting to respond. Lochmelis again, 49.8. Gap between first and third, now 2.4 seconds and closing. Birsins still battling away with Shirko over 4th and 5th as they come through the turn 4 fine chicane. But Lochmelis is literally flying. He was 6 tenths quicker than the race leader, 6 tenths quicker than the driver in second position. So Janovskis and Vilkans, they've got to have their heads on a swivel right about now, because with Janovskis and Vilkans having to keep their eyes, there is Vilkans, there is Lochmelis. Lochmelis has found pace, and what's more, the leaders are coming up against backmarkers. 6 tenths separate second and third at the moment. Janovskis has got a cart between himself. That is the 517 of Latvakas on the Paralin. He's going to have to keep out of the way. Good avoidance there from the 517. So by doing that, he's released Vilkans and Lochmelis. But the big question now is how much time has this cost Vilkans? Well, it's cost him second. They do say that wet weather is a great equaliser, and Patrick Snolls Lochmelis has grabbed this race by the scruff of the neck and has pulled it along, kicking and screaming as if to say, right, Janowskis is quick, but at the moment I'm on average a lot quicker than him. Lochmelis 7/10 quicker on that previous lap than the race leader. That speaks volumes and is an ominous warning sign. So now it is a case of what happens now. There is Thomas Birstins. He's ahead of Maxim Shirko and has pulled a little bit of a gap. Oh, no, he did, but he hasn't now. Shirko is right with him. Lochmelis is 7.5 tenths behind the race leader. 50.6 for... I cannot believe this. Janowskis is being reeled in, hand over fist. There is time for Lochmelis to go for the W. And there they are through turn number 6. That gap has been more than halved. It's been absolutely decimated. Through 9, now into 10. Lochmelis is a couple of kart lengths behind Janowskis. So, we're going to go more than likely, yes, we're going to go on to our penultimate lap of this race. 2 laps to go after this one. Lap 11 completed. Lap 12 underway. Lochmelis is in the striking zone. A 10.5 behind Janowskis. I think Lochmelis is going to line it up for turn 6. He doesn't need to chance it through here. Stay in the wheel tracks. Now get the acceleration. Is it going to be an opportunity? Lochmelis swings it high wide to the outside. Now through into 7. Lochmelis is waiting. And through into 8. Janowskis parks it on the racing line. Lochmelis dives through on the inside here at turn 9. That's the race lead. Race lead with 1 and a bit laps to go. Great anticipation there from Patrick Knowles. Lochmelis diving up the inside through at turn number 9. It's an overtake that doesn't always happen there at that point. And now we go into the final lap of the race. Lochmelis leading by nearly 4/10 of a second ahead of Janowskis. Vilkans not out of this quite yet. Things can still happen in the next few corners on this race. Birstins 4th, Shirko 5th. Danebergs, Rudokas and Upkarp round out the top 8. Jurisalaitis leads the way. And how far ahead of Alex Gasparovic is he? 4 seconds. But what a race this has been. The number 418 from Latvia. MRG Racing's Patrick Knowles Lochmelis comes back from the bottom of the top 8. And after 13 laps of racing, Lochmelis punches his ticket to the victory here in the pre-final. Ahead of Janowskis, Vilkans P3, Birstins 4th, Shirko 5th. Well, Shirko 4th, Birstins 5th. Danebergs, Rudokas, Upkalt, I think will end up completing the top 8. And who wins in DD2 Masters? Jurisalaitis, the number 511. Well, there are your provisional finishing results. Some drivers still yet to cross the start-finish line as DD2 and DD2 Masters complete their pre-final. We've got 2 more races to go until the finals, and then we really crack down on the business end of the Latvian Championship, but also get to the final hurrah of those drivers that are battling for tickets for Rmc Lithuania this year. Go, just to give you a little bit of ASMR here and catch all the highlights on what was a great DD2 and DD2 Masters pre-final. Time for our penultimate pre-final of the weekend. It's time for DD2 Amateur and DD2 Heavy Amateur. Here is your starting grid. Rodrigo Frams and Markus Spikius will line up on the front row, ahead of Martin Spikius and Edmunds Zuskovics. Kristaps Kaliksons, Maris Lochmelis, Emils Dagovins, Kalis Brikis and Dimitris Antunovics round out the grid. So the drivers go on to their official formation lap, ahead of 10 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. So the drivers are getting themselves into readiness for their pre-final. So green flag primed and ready to drop the minute we get ready to go racing. Here we go, we're underway, and a good start by Rodrigo Frams, as it's the two biggest Sony carts that tried to make it 2-3 going into the opening foray, as Edmund Zuskovics on the Cosmic chassis rounding out the top four as they come through the chicane. Dry line starting to emerge again here at Jelgava. Not as significant as we saw earlier on today, but there is a battle for the race lead. Markus Spikius trying to get one up on Rodrigo Frams on the Birrell Arts, coming out of turn number 8. A little bit of a tighter apex taken, and that's a great anticipation move from Markus Spikius. Gets through at 9. Frams looks to his left, goes, "Oh, I didn't see you there," and got caught out, got caught napping. So after the opening lap, Markus Spikius leads the way. Rodrigo Frams and Markus Spikius round out the top 3. Edmund Zuskovics. Then we've got Kristaps Kaliksons, Galis Brisius, Emils Daugavins rounding out the top 7. Looks like Maris Lochmelis didn't make it to the start, so only 8 drivers rounded out by Dimitrios Antunovics. But Markus Spikius leading the way, not by much, however, I might add. 3.5 tenths of a second, but hopefully that gap might improve over the course of the race itself. Again, well, the drier line looks to be very, very significant coming down the start-finish straight and heading into turns 1 to 3. You can see a significant dry line coming through the mid part of the chicane. That's where all the water displacement have taken place. As Martin Spikius trying to look for a move on Rodrigo Frams for second on the road, and the minute that is not quite working out to the advantage of the 507. However, never say never. Things can still change. Frams a little bit sideways. Oh, and a bit of chronic understeer for Martin Spikius going through into turn 10, but he manages to gather it back up. Edmund Zuskovics not too far behind. So 7 minutes and 20 seconds still to go. Lap 3 in the books. And Markus Spikius leading the way. New fastest lap. Average speed of 73 kilometres an hour. Time of 52.106. So 73 kilometres an hour average speed is around 45 miles per hour. But there has been a... just waiting to see what's happening here. Well, Markus Spikius is still leading. Martin Spikius nearly gets into the side of Rodrigo Frams. Nearly ended up in the left side pod thanks to his front bumper. But clips the curbing. Martin Spikius, I think, hooked the inner sidewalls and it caused him out a little bit there. And that meant that all that momentum he gathered to try and catch Rodrigo Frams and pass him went by the wayside, so to speak. Edmund Zuskovics in the 551 on the Cosmic chassis. Still holding on, still not that far behind, currently holding on to 4th place. But then there is a big, big gap between Zuskovics and Gullardsons, which is now... about 6.7 seconds at the moment before they cross the line again. Rodrigo Frams goes on the defensive into turn number 10 ahead of Martin Spikius, who's bouncing up and down the seat to try and hustle the cart forwards. And at the minute, that's not quite working in his favour. 5 laps completed. Leader now ahead by 1.5 seconds. Markus Spikius currently leading the way. Martin Spikius still trying to put the frighteners on Rodrigo Frams, and through the chicane, Spikius right on the rear bumper. But then catches the curb out of T5, loses a bit of momentum, clips the curbing to rotate the Sodi kart through turn 6. Now into 7, into 8. Now hit half time, and up the inside, Martin Spikius dive bombs through on Rodrigo Frams. Well, that was one to witness. Absolutely brilliant timing from Martin Spikius. Rodrigo Frams kept to the outside of the run into turn number 9, and that opened the door. But bearing in mind, that was an absolutely fantastic move in adverse weather conditions. Most people would not think of throwing it up the inside of turn 9, but Martin Spikius said otherwise, and he went, no, I can see where there's a little bit of an opportunity for me to push through and get past for second place. That is exactly what Spikius did on that particular occasion. Markus Spikius in the meantime leading the way by 3.6 seconds. His last lap 51.48, new fastest lap of the race, so just a shade under 46 miles, well, around about 46 miles an hour, and that's sideways through turn 7. Martin Spikius having a little bit of fun in the wet weather conditions, it looks like. Edmund Zuskovics trying to catch up to Rodrigo Frams, who's sideways through into turn number 9. However, there is a battle for P5. Kristaps Kalixons and Carlos Brisius are battling away. That is for on-track position, but not for class position, I might add. Well, that is actually for class position. And they are only 0.2 of a second apart. They've just crossed the stripe, so they're probably heading their way through into turn number 2 as we speak. Both, and there they are actually in the back of the shot there. There are Kalixons and Brisius battling away over 5th place. But at the moment, well, Markus Spikius leading by 3.7 seconds ahead of Martins Spikius. 3.7 seconds. 2 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. Oh, and who was that going straight on? Rodrigo Frams locked up under braking and went through into the barriers of the tyre barriers. That was off of turn number 6, I think. It was. Just locked it up straight through. That is not exactly what you thought would have been the case. However, quick adjustment on the radiator flap for Markus Spikis. And what's more, as the track is evolving, the dry line clearly showing now is leading by 4.2 seconds. Look at the kart control through turns 4 and 5. Little bit of sideways moment. Okay, steer in the same direction. Corrects it. And he's just put in another new fastest lap. 51.218. And there you see the slight correction. Going through into 9 now, into 10, using the curbing. Don't hook the inner sidewalls on the inside of the curbing because that will lose you time and momentum. But we are going to go on to our penultimate lap. Sideways from Spikis going through the final corner. Now into turns 1 and 2 once again. Number 523. His lead now is 4.2 seconds as we head through turn number 7. So on lap number 12, that's it. Time's up. One more lap to go. And Markus Spikis has done exactly what he needed to do. Fended off everybody. Jumps up and down in the seat once again on the safety car out of the final corner. Last lap for the pre-final for amateur DD2 and DD2 heavy. Markus Spikis at full velocity through turns 1 to 3. Now on the curbing. Sideways. Controlling it nicely. A little bit of curb use through turns 4 and 5. Now up to 6. Turn the kart in. On the curbing. Now accelerate out of the corner. Smooth as silk. Sideways through 7. Now through into 8. A little bit more back-end action there from the 523. Into 9. Now into turn number 10. 2 more corners to go. Markus Spikis is going to win by a landslide victory here in the pre-final as the 523 on the Sodi Cup. Markus Spikis wins the pre-final by an absolute landslide. And it's going to be a Spikis 1-2 courtesy of Martins, who finishes 5.7 seconds behind. But what a show of strength by RM Latvia's Markus Spikis. Textbook control, power and smooth as silk driving style. That just goes to show what it means. The rest of our drivers make their way across the line to take the checkered flag. But Markus Spikis wins the amateur DD2 and DD2 heavy pre-final after 13 laps by 5.7 seconds ahead of Martin Spikis. Then we've got Edmund Zuskovics, Rodrigo Frams, Kalis Brisius, Kristaps Kaliksons, Emils Daugovins and Dimitris Antunovics. Maris Lochmelis, unfortunately, opting to not start the race.
There we go. There is the rumble of 225cc 4-stroke power as we are revved up and just about to get ready to go for Tillotson T4, the pre-final. Davis Salmons absolutely did a fantastic job in the second heat earlier on before the lunch break. So we will have our drivers heading out onto the circuit. So here is your grid for the last pre-final of the weekend as conditions continue to improve. Davis Salmons leads the way ahead of Danielis Beresins, Elizabeth Johanna Zulce and Kirill Dimitrevs round out row number 2. Rudolf Rupainis and Rudolf Beresins round out row number 3 with Dacia Grosberger and Edvards Jimenez rounding out the grid. It does have quite a very distinctive rumble, doesn't it? This 225cc 4-stroke engine. So a very, very different rumble or very different engine note to what we have with the Rotax classes, because this is the last pre-final of the weekend for all classes here for the Latvian Championship, Rotax Max Challenge Latvia and the Latvian Karting Cup along with Tillotson T4. It is actually next time out when we go to the finals, it'll also be the final hurrah for Rmc Lithuania this season. But Davis Salmons leads the way from pole position. All 8 drivers neatly like ducks in a row, ready to put the pedal to the metal once the green flag drops very, very shortly. 10 minutes plus an additional lap to decide our pre-final winner in this class. And I've followed Tillotson T4 around the globe for the last couple of years, and it has been an interesting and a wonderful addition to karting. Revs rise, green flag drops, and now it's the run between Beresins and Salmons. Salmons takes the initial advantage going into turn number 1 and 2, into 3. Zulce gets through on Beresins through turn 3 to take second place as they head through the chicane for the first time. The Tillotson T4's running on Max's tyres with the official tyre supporter as Zulce loses out through turn number 6 to Daniels Beresins as Kirill Dimitrevs not too far behind the number 925 as they come into turn 9 for the opening tour in this 10-minute plus an additional lap pre-final. Their final will take place over 12 minutes plus an additional lap, and they will close out the show. Their final scheduled to take place at 4:58 local time here in Latvia. But look at the gap. Look at the advantage that Salmons has got. Now, more to the point with the evolution of the circuit, I think drivers might have decided to stay on the Maxxis wet weather tyres just to be, you know, discretion's the better part of valor. You don't want to risk it too much. But with the track evolution, there are times when these drivers are going to have to go onto the wet tarmac. Salmons slightly off of the racing line out of turn 6. Same with Beresins in second position. Zulce rides hot on his heels in third. Fourth, Kirill Dimitrevs. Then we've got Edvards Jimenez now fifth. Rudolf Beresins sixth. Dacia Grosberger seventh. And Rudolf Rupainis rounding out the 8-strong field. Salmons starting to extend that lead ever so slightly. And the gap now is 1.2 seconds. Going to be a change here. That was Rudolf Beresins through on Edvards Jimenez for 5th place. That was neat. That was textbook through the opening corner by the 909. Salmons continuing to push along at a very, very fast pace.
53.719 is the fastest lap of the race so far, after only just north of 2.12 kilometres. And average speed 71 kilometres an hour. That's a shade over 43 miles per hour average speed, and Zalman's lead is now increasing. It's now 2 seconds. Daniels Petris Beresins has got Elizabeth Johan Zolce right behind once again. The 925 putting the pressure on big time to the 919 out of the chicane through 5. So you might be able to hear a little bit of an echo, a delayed echo, because I'm actually going out on the speakers at the circuit. Big thank you to Yanis Karajuks and the team with Edgar's, Chris's and all the team at No Limits for getting that sorted out so people are able... I'm not at the track physically, but I'm there in mind. I'm not there in body, but I'm also there in spirit and also in voice as well. But Elizabeth Zolce trying to put the frighteners on Daniels Beresins. The gap is still expanding. Well, it was actually expanding. It's just been dropped ever so slightly because Daniels Beresins just took 2/10 out of the race leader, Zalmans. Zolce still keeping Beresins very, very honest at this point of the race. As we are 1 minute away from half-time through turn number 6, Zolce might have had a little bit more better traction than Beresins coming out of that corner. And, well, sometimes it's better to be the hunter rather than the hunted. And that looks to be the approach that Zolce is taking. But has to be very, very careful of inputs when it comes to steering, throttle and brakes. In these wet weather conditions, what can happen is if you accidentally lock up under braking, the biggest thing that will cause you a problem is the front and rear axles swapping positions, as Beresins and Jimenez battling over 5th place. Jimenez ahead of the 909, so that's the battle for P5. So this trio battling over 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Dimitriev's closing in on Zolce for P3. So we hit half time on the counter, so 5 minutes down, 5 minutes to go. David Zalman still continuing to lead proceedings as he has done so far after a great run in the second heat earlier on today. And a bit sideways from both Daniels Beresins and Elizabeth Zolce coming out of the final corner. We're on to laps number 6, and Zolce still trying to put that pressure on Beresins to make the 919 make an unforced error, but that is easier said than done. You can think about it, the theory is always better than the practical, but it's about your resolve, it's about your motivation and to hold on. Beresins looks over the right shoulder, sees Zolce there, through out of turn 7, now into 8. Dimitrievs is waiting to pick up the pieces at a moment's notice. So through they go once again, into complete another lap. Lap 7 in the books. Davis Zalmans is pulling away once again. 2.5 seconds was the advantage over Daniels Petris Beresins. Now the lead it's dropped again. 2.2 seconds. Now the big thing is Zalmans has got clear air in front of him, but he's got no driver in front of him to help get an extra little bit of lap time here or there through each of the particular corners on the circuit here at Jelgava. 12 turns, 1,060 metres. And still, Daniels Petris Beresins continues to hold off the ever-present advances and pressure of Elizabeth Johan Zolce in 3rd place. She's doing an absolutely sterling job as the 925. But whilst they are still battling away, this is going to give the advantage to Zalmans. And that's another lap in the books. Lead now, 2 seconds. 2nd and 3rd, I don't think they're battling. They're working together. The strategy is now becoming a bit more clearer. Zalmans will lose time as Bertens is trying to pick up the pace, and Zolce going with 53.177 was the last lap time from Davis Zalmans. And get this, Bertens 52.96, Zolce 52.846. That is a big chunk of time. That's 3.5 tenths of a second that Zolce has taken out of the race leader, and is also just over a tenth of a second quicker than the driver in front of her. So that just goes to show that by being the person third in the train, you are making it a better advantage for yourself. Laps still coming in, and the time is still dropping. However, Zolce drops off a little bit further back from Bertens, who's now got that gap down to under 1 3/4 seconds. But time, corners and laps are fast running out here in the Tillotson T4 pre-final. Zolce bumps over the curbing through turn number 9 and has closed that gap to Bertens in second. But Bertens is still closing that gap to Zalmans for the race lead. But Zolce now starting to really fight for second position. 3 laps to go, and Zolce is in the coattails of Bertens through 1, through 2, now into 3. Bertens still hanging on to that place, and Zolce trying everything in the playbook to get past, but at the moment it's not quite working out for the 925. Into turn 6. A bit of kick up of sprayed water by the left side tyres of the 925. Zalmans now has the lead of nearly 2 seconds, as next time around we're going to go on to the penultimate lap of this race. It's going to be nip and tuck. Zalmans out of turn number 11. Zolce, a little bit sideways through that same corner. Loses a little bit of momentum. Dimitrievs is starting to close the gap again. 2 laps to go. Leader now ahead by 2.3 seconds. They're still on the Maxxis wet tyres. They are starting to burn up. Oh, and a moment there for Bertens. Coming out of turn 3. Nearly opened the door into the chicane for Zolce for second position. And now Zolce is getting a bit aggressive. Oh, it's elbows out between second and third. Bertens holding on. Zolce trying to force the winner of opportunity her way. But again, it doesn't work out. Timer has now expired. 1 more lap remains here in the Tillotson T4 pre-final. Davis Zalmans is on his way to a second successive victory here on finals day. Looks over his right shoulder, and the gap between him and Daniels Bertens now stretches to 3.3 seconds. Last lap is underway for the Tillotson T4 pre-final. Dimitrievs has closed in to Zolce. The battle for third might not be over quite yet. Daniels Bertens looks over his right shoulder coming through the chicane to see where Elisabetta Johan Zolce would be, and she's a little bit further back than he has seen for the majority of this race. But Davis Zalmans is on course. Took the win in Heat 2. And Zalmans now makes his way through the 12th and final corner. Zolce goes wheel to wheel through into the final turn on Bertens. It's going to be Zalmans with the victory. Daniels Bertens takes second by a whisker ahead of Elisabetta Zolce. Kills Dimitrievs. Nearly got into the top 3, but Davis Zalmans does it again. Great work by the number 949. Incredible stuff. There are your provisional end of race results for the Tillotson T4 pre-final. Davis Zalmans, Daniels Bertens, second ahead of Elisabetta Zolce. It was just over a tenth in between them, ahead of Kirill Dimitrievs, Edvards Jimenez, then Rudolf Rubayanis, and then we've got Rudolf Bertens and Dace Grosberger rounding out the finishing order. Well, there's one more salvo of action to come, folks. We are literally just over 5 minutes away from the finals, starting off with Micro Nano in just 5 minutes' time. What you need, but is the green flag going to drop? No, it does not. We're going round for flag. Revs rise, green flag drops, and we're underway and jumping up and down in the seat. Is some We now head into the business end of the weekend as we head into our first final out of 8. Micro Nano up first, and here is your starting grid. They'll take place over 11 minutes plus an additional lap. Timas Rimas and Timas Dranseca line up on the front row with Rimas on pole. Danila Stonis and Raidas Gluoksins will be on row number 2, followed by the number 18 of Rodrigo Pica. So the green flag has dropped and the Micro Nano final is underway. The field makes its way into turn 3 on the opening lap here for a duration of 11 minutes plus an additional lap. And it is the, oh dearie, dearie me, Danila Stonis makes an early error, and that causes the number 96 to go around at turn 5 off of the chicane and drop the ball, so to speak. So the number 96 ends up towards the back end of the field, if not the back of the field, as we head into battle. Timas Dranseca battling away with Timas Rimas. Rimas was on pole. Dranseca was alongside on the front row thereof, but Piggy in the middle is Glorksins, the number 22 from Lithuania, who's also making his impact felt in this race. And Glorksins has the race lead. Oh, puts the blockers on to Dranseca through the opening corner. We have a race on our hands, folks. So Glorksins putting very much his best foot forward on that one. A great display from the youngster in the number 22. So now there will still be battles up and down the order, even though it is a 5-kart grid. Don't count anything out quite yet. There's still going to be a lot to do over the next 9 minutes plus an additional lap for these drivers, and they know that for a fact. The wet weather has subsided to the point where the dry weather conditions have showcased that there is a clear racing line starting to show. And, well, could we be on for dry weather conditions by the end of this race meeting? Well, there's been a problem. Oh, big issue for Gluoksins, who was leading the race. Oh no, disaster strikes at the worst time possible for the number 22, and there's been another spinner coming out of turn number 6. That would have been, I think, possibly Gluoksins, but the top two battling away. Dranseca versus Rimas. 8 minutes plus an additional lap still to go. They've just completed lap 3. And, well, with the fact that wet weather tyres don't always contribute to the best purchase on a half-dry, half-wet track, this is proof in the pudding. Dranseca takes a look over the left shoulder. If these tyres start burning up, it is going to be a big ask of these youngsters to get themselves through to the end. Is Dranseca on wet tyres? Yes. And so is Rimas. And Rimas has just got the overspeed coming out of turn number 10. All I can say is unpredictability is the big, big word right here, right now. It is not going to be easy. It is not going to be smooth sailing. It's going to be about how you get through this race and be the one that takes the victory once all the dust has settled. Dranseca was leading by nearly half a second after that previous lap and has a little bit of a slowdown. Now, I'm wondering whether the tyres are starting to make a difference. If the tyres are starting to burn up a little bit here, this could be crucial. But it seems like at certain points on the circuit, Dranseca's able to make it through, but then has to cool the tyres. That's crucial here. Rimas leads the way ahead of Dranseca, now heading on to a new lap. Lap number 5. Lap number 6, because lap 5 has just been completed. And still, Dranseca trying to put the frighteners on. Timas Rimas, and it is working to an extent. But to how much of an extent will that be to the possibility for Rimas and Dranseca? Dranseca back down to second. So, what is going to be the gap after 6 laps? Well, 6.79 tenths of a second. Evolution of the track is the best it's been all day long. Oh, but Rimas right off the circuit at turn 3. Oh no, Rimas knows that could possibly cost the number 55 the opportunity of the win in the final for Micro Nano. However, there is still time. It's about how you pick yourself up from that. That was a big, big off track for the number 55. So with 4.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. Fastest lap of the race so far. Timas Rimas, the number 55, who you see on your screens now, who's down to second position, has lost a lot of time to Timas Dranseca. And that gap was 6.5 tenths in the favour of Rimas. It's 4.6. That's 5.2 seconds that Dranseca has gained because of Rimas's misfortune and overstepping the mark when it came to traction out on circuit. My, how the tables have turned. Now it's a case of Dranseca putting the blinkers on and just go for it. I think we're nearly at that point. I mean, the lap times now, Timas Rimas with that off-track excursion lost 1.3 seconds. No word of a lie. 1.3 seconds to the driver out in front, Timas Dranseca. So we're on to lap number 9. Has Rimas closed that gap? It was 4.6 seconds. 7 seconds is now the race lead. Dranseca just concentrating on getting the kart home. That is what is crucial at this moment in time. But the way that Dranseca, coming out of turn number 10, I've noticed here, is using, and through turn 11, not using the traditional racing line. The reason being is because they're on wet weather tyres, you can see how sideways the kart just got then coming out of the final corner. By using this racing line, and it's dry, the biggest problem is the wet weather tyres will be absolutely destroyed when they get into scrutineering and Parc Fermé post-race. But Dranseca is holding on and just doing exactly what he needs to do. Just hold his mind, hold his marks. And that is now lap number 10 completed. 3 laps to go, including this one. Well, despite being at a disadvantage, the advantage clearly in the favour of the number 12. However, Timas Rimas has started really getting back up to speed. You know, just dusted himself off, picked himself up again, and decided, you know what, I've got nothing to lose, I've got everything to gain here. Let's just keep pushing. And the lead was 5.3 seconds. It went down to, well, it was 7 seconds. It went down to 5.3 over 2 laps. So Timas Rimas, for the Lithuanian Birlat squad run by Martinas Stankiewicz, who this weekend I know isn't racing because he's got his own championship side of things to run. Dranseca continues to lead. 2 laps to go. Gap now down to 4.7. These tyres are really coming to the end of their shelf life because they will be, you can see there, Timas Dranseca having to really wrestle with the steering wheel. I think that was Daniel Astonis having a drama again through the turn 5 part of the bus stop chicane that we have here at Jelgava. But timer has expired, and one driver is going to be standing on the top of the podium, smiling upon high on cloud 9. Just over 1.1 kilometres remains for TS Motorsports number 12, Timas Dranseca, who sees the final lap board of the weekend for Micro Nano. Timas Rimas in second, 5 seconds apart from the number 12. But when it was all said and done, one driver took up the mantle and saying, I want it more than anybody else. And it's going to be a nice cruise round the final corner with a little bit of sideways motion. Timas Dranseca victorious in the final for Micro Nano. Second, Timas Rimas, who knows that mistake towards the last part of the race cost him the victory. But Timas Dranseca has every right to celebrate the win on the slowdown lap. Rodrigo Pica, I think, ended up in 3rd place, ahead of Daniel Astonis. Aidas Gluoksins, unfortunately, retiring after dramas at turn 6 on lap 2. But Dranseca picks up the win here in Micro Nano. Next up is the Micromax final.
Big thank you there to one of the sponsors of the championship, OMX Graphics. Really good to have them on board this season, along with all the partners and sponsors that have joined us for this championship year. A big thank you to you all for your continued support to help bring the best talents from the locality to prominence. So over the next 11 minutes plus an additional lap, it's going to be battle time for the final for Micromax, and here is your starting grid. Emilis Juozaitis will start from pole position, having won both Heat 2 in the pre-final earlier on today. He'll be joined by MG Motorsport Silent Vadkute on the front row. NSL Racing will have another driver in the top four, courtesy of Remigijus Kliausiunas, who starts on the inside of row 2, joined by Taras Simnikas from the Lithuanian Virulat squad. Emilis Kapkauskas and Oskaras Pikovas will round out row 3. Martins Lapins and Kalis Benetons will be on row 4. Completing the top 10 will be Dominic Lepp and Andrius Maniusis. Leonas Zarikov and Rodrigo Taurins round out row 6 ahead of Kasparas Kasamekas, Aras Paskalas Bagatrius, Domas Norkus, Johan Ledvi, Jonas Gelzenis and Timur Babenko, completing the 18-strong grid. The drivers now head onto their official formation lap ahead of 11 minutes plus 1 lap of racing. Now, the key question is, can you guess who is on slicks? Can you guess who are on wets? I can't. I'll leave that up to you lot at home. Maybe if you're watching from the track, you can tell me. Maybe give me if you follow me on any respective social media, hit me up with a little message and let me know if you decided you're going to run on slicks or wets for your final later on today. It'd be great to hear from you guys and girls in the paddock. They've got to be careful of what they're doing at the start here, because anyone who has the bumpers, the clips on the bumper in, as everyone's trying to get into the right starting position, which we look to have got now. So the drivers will want to get this race underway at the first time of asking. It means at least there are no nerves setting in for a second start. Now, I think I spot some slick tyres on karts. This could be an interesting final for Micromax as they start to gather pace through into the final corner. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise, green flag drops straight away. And it's the run down to T1. Juozaitis leads the way ahead of Zimnikas. If they're running on slick tyres, they've got to keep it on the racing line for the moment. And I think, yes, they are. We have got a change of tyres for this race. There might be some drivers that have chanced it, but if the track evolves, the wet weather tyres will fade away and the slicks will have been the right choice. Now through, Vadkute has lost out a couple of positions, now down into 4th. Looks like Pikovas and possibly Kapkauskas are battling away. So out of the final corner, lap 1 in the books. Who's leading? Emilis Juozaitis. Now the battle for 4th really heats up between Zimnikas and Kapkauskas. Vadkute rounds out the top 3 behind Kliausiunas. So we're seeing lap times in the 55.2s as Oskaras Pikovas makes a move and now is up to 4th from 6th position. That was through turn 6. The number 48 from Artcart running on the Paralin chassis, the same chassis that meant which helped Lorenzo Travisanuto pick up another FIA karting title, his 4th so far in his career. Juozaitis looks over the left shoulder. There's Kliausiunas. Vaidkute being closed in on by Pikovas for P3. Out of turn number 1 they go into 2, into 3. It's going to be nip and tuck, but the field is starting to close on in. 17 drivers, ladies and gentlemen, covered by 9 seconds after the opening 2 laps. But, Kliausiunas loses second to Vaidkute, and now is under direct threat from Pikovas, who's behind in 4th. The leading quartet make their way through turn number 10. Kliausiunas trying to look for a move. Juozaitis slow out of turn number 11. Vaidkute dives to the outside, but that allows Kliausiunas to get back through. Pikovas now tries to go wheel to wheel with Vaidkute, and Vaidkute says, no, you don't. Juozaitis keeps it round the outside of Kliausiunas. This is not what NSL Racing want. They don't want them being that close that there was nigh on contact through the opening corner. Kliausiunas back into the clutches of Vaidkute, and that is Dominic Lepp out of the race. It looks like on lap 2. Who was running 5th, it looks like. Wider exit from Juozaitis. Through at turn 10. Means that that Vaidkute had to defend. Kliausiunas gets through back for second position round at turn number 11. Pikovas this time uses the launch through the final corner to get through from 3rd. Signals to Sali Vaidkute. Right, we're just as quick as those 2 in front. Let's go and get after them. They are line astern through the chicane. They were 0.6 of a second apart after 4 laps. Now there's going to be a possible change for the race lead. Kliausiunas dives up the inside of Juozaitis. Pikovas through. Vaidkute, not quite. They nearly come to blows out of turn 7. But the switchback from Vaidkute was mighty through turn 8 and now takes 3rd. Juozaitis, a little bit of a touch on the left rear of Vaidkute, but no harm, that was fair, but no foul there. Here comes Pikovas in the meantime, up the inside, through at turn 1 for the race lead. Here on lap 6, Pikovas hits the front. And the fastest driver out on track is Martins Lapins, currently running in 7th position behind Kalis Bernssons and Emilis Kapkauskas, who round out 5th and 4th respectively. So this is the opportunity that one driver needed to take it. Fastest lap is not in the hands of Remigius Kliausiunas. Please ignore what we've just shown you on the timing. Things are going to change very shortly. But if that's the fastest lap from Kliausiunas, who is now in 2nd. Vaidkute, 3rd. Juozaitis, 4th. Kapkauskas now being chased down by Bernssons. Lapins is there in the mix as well. This is 5th, 6th and 7th. Pikovas in the meantime still having to fight for that race lead, which can invariably be the victory. Kliausiunas closing on in 2nd position in the number 99. But there's drama. There is drama. I think that's Rodrigo Taurins. Taurins off at turn 3, and the 55 was on course for a top 10 finish. Pikovas now expanding that lead. Yellow flags. That meet. Kliausiunas got a bit too close into the minimal braking zone for the chicane, but there were yellow flags where Taurins has dropped the kart, and that could be possibly a second retiree. Yeah, looks like Kartings has called it time on this race. A real shame after 6 laps being completed by the number 55. Here comes the move up the inside. Uazaitis on Vaikulte. Kapkauskas waiting in the wings. So Kapkauskas, the teammate from Vaikulte, they're battling away over 5th position with Uazaitis, well, 4th position with Uazaitis in front. Martins Lapins, however, in the number 69, is again the fastest driver out on the circuit. Oh, dramas! That is for... I think that was for Kapkauskas. I think that might have been Kapkauskas or Babenko. It might have been Babenko because it was only the number 1 I saw on the side pods. Yeah, Babenko having a drama. That is the MG Motorsport drivers run to an end, I'm afraid. But Kapkauskas has got through on Vaikulte. Where is Martins Lapins in all of this? Might be close. Kliaus Jonas is within 2/10, within striking distance of Oskaras Bitkovas. Through into turn 3, using the curb. And that is Remigius Kliaus Jonas through on Oskaras Bitkovas, but it's not died down quite yet. So yes, unfortunately, on lap 7 we lose MG Motorsports Timur Babenko. But with 2.5 minutes to go, Kliaus Jonas leads by a mere whisker. Bitkovas looks to the inside through at turn number 11 and retakes the race lead. And manages to get a significant advantage by that move. Got through 2.5 separating the top 2. Uazaitis leading a quintet of drivers battling over 3rd place. Oskaras Bitkovas now has 1 minute and 45 seconds plus an additional lap to hold off Remigius Kliaus Jonas. Also in the meantime, Leonard Zarikov has dropped down to 9th, just ahead of Aras Pascalis Bagatrius, who rounds out the top 10. The gap now expanding between the 2 leaders. Oskaras Bitkovas now leads by 0.4 of a second, and it's a new fastest lap by the race leader. 50.107, but keep your eyes on the driver in 3rd. We might be a minute to go, but Emilis Uazaitis just did the first sub-50-second lap time in this race. On lap 11, at an average speed of 76 kilometres an hour, 49.982 seconds. There's the driver in 3rd. But I think if it was another 2 minutes, you might have favoured Uazaitis to be at the sharp end of the field, as in gunning for that race victory. But it is between the 2 in front, and there they are. This and 1 more lap to go. 2 laps remaining. Laps 13 out of 14 underway, as Bitkovas and Kliaus Jonas line astern in each other's wheel tracks. The coattails being hung onto by the number 99 from NSL Racing in 2nd position, whereas the number 48 from Artcut running on the Paralin is still leading. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Time is up. 1 more lap to go. So, just over 1 kilometre will decide our winner in the Micromax final. And Kliaus Jonas looks to dive through. Up the inside, Bitkovas didn't really want to fight that too much, because it could have spelt curtains for the pair of them. Through into the chicane, the bus stop. Bitkovas
might be chancing up an opportunity here. Through into 6. Pidkovas dives to the inside. Kriausiunas keeps his wheels and throttle pinned at turn 6 and still manages to hold on to the race lead. But Pidkovas is not done yet. There's still turn 11, but he's lost a lot of momentum. The kart slid out to the right rear on the back axle. But out of the final corner, Remigius Kriausiunas wins at Jelgava by 3/10 ahead of Oskaras Pidkovas. Well, what can you say about that? Incredible battle for the race lead. Once Pidkovas and Kriausiunas had gotten away from the rest of the opposition, there are your provisional results. Kriausiunas victorious by 0.36 of a second ahead of Pidkovas. Kapkauskas, Vaikute, Lapins, Bernssons, Juozaitis, Zarikovs, Simnikas and Bagatrius rounding out the top 10. Manusis, Ledvi, Kazemikas, Galzinis and Norkus. But what a race. I'm going to take a breath. Here are the highlights. Let's take you through the starting grid for the 11-minute plus an additional lap mini max final. On the front row, it's Patrikas Jokius who'll start from pole position. Alongside will be Gustas Radavicius. Romantas Avarsavicius will be on row number 2. Alongside will be Rodrigo Kakos from RM Latvia. Joris Stankiewicz and Joris Fluxner will be on row 3, ahead of Jack Collinson and Jonas Bundis, who will round out row number 4. Alex Menezes and Klaus Hans round out the top 10, ahead of Talvidas Dagis, Domas Kararovicius, Lorinas Kararovicius, Max Kononovs, Sarunas Amanavicius, Emilia Karavirkute, and Keta Spike, of course. Domas, Lorinas and Emilia are all siblings. Remember that from last time. Thank you. I think I found my ears burning there, Martina Stankiewicz. But we are on our official formation lap. Look at the dry line now. This is the perfect window of opportunity for drivers to really decide to go on slicks. This is just... There's still plenty more racing action to go. We've got juniors, seniors, DD2 and DD2 Masters, amateur DD2 and heavy, and then Tillotson T4 to close out the show.
Right, someone looks to be not taking the start. Not too sure who that is, but we'll find out once we get underway. It could be possibly Sarunas Mankavicius, but the green flag drops. It's a three-way scramble for the race lead, but Jokius holds on. Varsavicius gets up into second place. So through into the chicane for the first time, come the field. Oh, they've got to be very, very careful. Oh, Jokius leaves the door wide open. And was that Radavicius round the outside to take the race lead? I think it was. That was through at turn 5 of all places. Jokius, I think, just went a bit too much, well, maybe slid a bit too much into turn 5 off of the chicane, and it just compromised his exit, and then all of a sudden he found himself on the 2 wheels on the grass. Then Mark Skodanovs and Tovidas Dagis battling away. It was Sarunas Amanavicius that didn't take the start, unfortunately. Oh, 4th place has just got off the circuit. Oh, dearie, dearie me. And that was, I think, Kanadavicius in the 134 that had the biggest off track I've seen coming out of the final corner all weekend long. So here is Rodrigo Kakas battling away with Patrikos Jokius for second place on the road, behind Nomanatas Avarsavicius. And love to race. This weather will throw a wrench to the drivers and mechanics, makes it for interesting racing. 100% agree on that comment. That's what I love about unpredictable weather. But we've had another drama. That was the 163 of Juris Pluxner that I just saw off the circuit. Oh, there's somebody else off. Yellow flags. Careful, Rodrigo Kakas. Oh, was sideways coming out of turn number 4. Oh, and he's lost it! Oh, Rodrigo Kakas had to hold off the overtake through into turn 3 on Patrikos Jokius. Then was, I think the kart was a little bit out of step and the back end spun him around, and Rodrigo Kakas has been swamped by several other drivers. There's Jack Collinson looking up the inside. He could get 3 for the price of 1. He might try it round the outside at turn number 11. Not if Pundis has anything to say about it. Oh, it's all kicked off behind the top 2, who are well and clearly away. Radavicius trying to get through. Oh, well, that is Keita Spike and Klavs Hans. And is that rain? That's rain on the circuit. Oh no, it's going to cause problems as the 133 has just gone around Radavicius backwards out of the chicane. Oh dear, they've got 8 minutes. 8 minutes plus an additional lap. I would not want to be in these drivers' shoes right now. The rain has held off until now. I saw rain outside of the camera lens coming off of the chicane. Now, if it's a slight shower, they might get away with it. But look at the dark clouds in the background off of the final corner. Jack Collinson now battling away with Alex Menezes. Ahead of them, that is Pundis and Stankiewicz. Yes, so it was a little bit. There is rain starting to fall. That dry line is starting to evaporate into nothing at this moment in time. But it's about who can control their karts and also hold their nerve at this point. Oh, and that is, well, that's Keita Spike trying to restart the Energy Corsa chassis. That's not quite working. But fastest lap of the race is by the race leader, Nomantas Zavarsavicius, 47.671. But the race leader's last lap was a 51.0. Oh, and one round, one into the tyre barriers. Konorov's, I think, possibly, who was that? 144.
Loninas Karadovicius, it was 3 wide coming out of the chicane and it all went horribly wrong for 2 out of the 3 drivers. It was the one in the middle that managed to stay out of harm's way. But Avasovicius holding on to that race lead at the moment. 5 3/4 minutes to go. That time's starting to gather up. You can see quite clearly that Nomantas Avasovicius is running on slick tyres, as are the rest of the field. But that was a big old scare for Lorinis Kaladovicius, backwards and into the tyre barriers off of the chicane. Rodrigo Kakas, in the meantime, has managed to find some really good pace and has just taken 8/10 out of Patrikas Jokius, who is currently running second. And that is how close these two are, out through the chicane. And Jokius' mistake on the opening lap through the exit of the chicane has put him into the clutches of Rodrigo Kakas. We're on to lap number 8. There is still a dry line on this circuit. I think it might have just been a very, very slight shower. But Yoki is trying to make the back end of the GS Racing Club kart as wide as possible. But Rodrigo Kakas from RM Latvia gets through. Now is up to second. Lead gap is now 3.5 seconds. It's now down to Rodrigo Kakas. Well, actually, 3.4 seconds. Kakas has got to start pushing. There's only 4 minutes plus an additional lap to go. And now he's starting to pull away from Patrikas Jokius. Three and 3/4 minutes to go. Blue flags being shown to some back markers, so the leaders are coming up against back marker traffic. They've got to make sure that they get through safe and sound, do the race leaders. But it's also the responsibility of the drivers adhering to the blue flags to stay out of the way. But in the meantime, well, it looks like our race leader, driver developments, Normantas Avasovicius, has pulled a gap. Oh, more dramas there for the 144. Voninas Karadovicius off the circuit again. Oh, and this is going to be a bit crucial. Oh, that's a great move. Patrikas Jokius going wheel to wheel with Rodrigo Kakas coming out of turn 8. The back marker splits them. Kakas sent out a little bit wide, and then Jokius gets through, but then Kakas back through into second position. Oh, well, what can you say about this one? Not much, really, folks, but there's still plenty of this race in hand. Whilst they're battling, well, Nomantas Avasovicius is leading now by 5.5 seconds. That race win for either one of these two drivers is certainly out of reach. And you can hear the mojos literally squealing out in pain, like, oh, I don't like this anymore, I want to get to the end, I want to be left alone, I don't want to be bolted to a wheel or an axle on a cart. But, well, Rodrigo Kakas, new fastest lap of the race on lap number 11, a 47.539. That slight shower that we had early doors has completely subsided and the track has evolved once again. So the driver's making good use of it at the moment to put down some very, very quick lap times. So blue flags being waved once again to one of the back markers. It was Jack Collinson just trying to get through in the 191. He's currently running 7th. But we have this and 2 more laps to go to see who will be the winner in the Mini-Max final. And the way things stand, despite the best effort of Rodrigo Kakas, well, the gap is 4.8 seconds from first to second position. Patrikos Jokius not out of the fight quite yet for second place. And last time was actually quicker than the 2 in front. A 48-1, low 48-1 for Jokius. A low 48-3 for Kakas. Avarsavicius leading the way, a high 48-5. That is Pluxner, who has had a final to forget as our race leaders go on to our penultimate lap. Lap 14 out of 15. So the timer is counting down. Very shortly we're going to hit 0 and then that'll be it. Job done. And it hits 0 now as Avarsavicius is moving out of, I think, probably turn number 9, heading into the final couple of corners on the circuit here at Jelgava, at Kartings Rullītī, here at this circuit. A wonderful track. Had the opportunity to be here in the early September sunshine last year. There is Rodrigo Kakas, but there is driver developments. Momentus Avarsavicius, the 112, who is continuing to run his merry way around this 1,060 metre 12-turn circuit through the chicane for the final time. It was Avarsavicius' attack and putting the pressure on Patrikos Jokius early doors that meant that the 125 from GS Racing Club would make an unforced error on the opening lap out of turn number 5. 2 more corners remain. Another upset as the driver that was dominating for the majority of the weekend ends up not finishing on the top step because Normantas Avarsavicius takes the victory by a clear mile ahead of Rodrigo Kakas. Patrikos Jokius, dominant up until that point, ends up P3. Driver development's young Lithuanian hotshot Normantas Avarsavicius now can celebrate the victory in the Mini-Max final. Well, the apple cart has been upset for the second race in succession. Will that trend continue? There are your provisional results. Normantas Avarsavicius takes the win ahead of Rodrigo Kakas, Patrikos Jokius, Jonas Pundis, Joris Stankiewicz, Alex Menezes, Jack Collinson finishes in 7th, Juris Pluxner down in 12th. A few more drivers crossing the line as we speak. So Tovidas Dagis, Domas Karadavicius, Gustas Radavicius round out the top 10, ahead of Marks Kononovs, Juris Pluxner and Emilia Karavirkulte. We lost Laurinus Karadavicius on lap 12, Keta Spike, Klaus Hans lap 2 and lap 1. But here are the highlights from the Mini-Max final. Now time for the next on-track action. 14 minutes plus an additional lap for the junior Rotax final. Here is your starting lineup. Tom Strella will start from pole position, alongside will be Timothy Vladimirov. Timis Peserica and Michael Plinter round out row 2 ahead of Elisa Stolchamani and Maris Karasiaukas. Adrian Steons and Fernando Pemri round out row 4, completing the top 10, Jonas Rimkus and Martins Valts. Robin Semet and Nemunas Volbekas, row 6. Row 7, Marcus Jauk and Aloisa Sekavicius. Hans Marcus Nanusk and Oskar Skwoga round out row 8 ahead of Freddy Karastik and Rafael Zenask, with Christas Lipins and Gabriels Moises rounding out the 20-strong junior Rotax grid. So the drivers go on to their official formation. The driver that has been the talking point all the way through this weekend has been the 238 from Marupe in Latvia, Toms Strela. Has really been very much unchallenged so far this weekend. Will he break the trend that has happened over the last 2 finals, which is that somebody else has ended up on top? Now, for those watching on the YouTube channel for Rotax Max Latvia, well, Zozos has said Sheremetyevo on top for seniors, okay. Anyone else want to throw anything in for the remaining races that we've got here at Jelgava? Because now the field starts to line up. They are being told to slow. They've got the stragglers at the back end of the field who need to get into position now, because we might not get going first time basking. However, this time, yes, we do. And it's the run down to turn 1. Strela holds on. Peserica up to 2nd. Stolchamani up to 3rd. But there's been a big incident through turn number 1. 3 backwards. Make that 4. I counted 2, 3, 6. Karastik. Lipins is also around. So early drama in the first lap of the race, but Elisa Stolchamani is stealing march on the opposition. She's currently up to P3 and chasing down those in front. But she's stuck between 2 carts at the moment. Estrella is starting to get away early doors. Vladimirov is down into 4th place. Another cart's just gone wide. I think that might have been Antonin Tions out of turn number 10. So, after the opening lap, Tom Strela has an advantage of 1.4 seconds. Timis Peserica, Timothy Vladimirov, Marius Karasiaukas and Elisa Stolchamani! Oh, no! But they've all gone off the track at turn 2. Stolchamani off. Peserica off. Oh, no, they're beached. Oh, no. Not what you wanted at that high speed, over 95 kilometres an hour. Peserica and Stolchamani, I think... well, Stolchamani definitely off. I think it was Peserica that also went off at the same point. I cannot believe what I have just witnessed. And that, again, has changed the complexity of this race. Strela leads after lap 2. 2nd is Vladimirov. Karasiaukas now 3rd. Plinter 4th. Rimkus, Valts, Pemre, Tions, Jauk, Zenask, who's come from the back end of the field and is now 10th. Incredible. Oh, but Plinter hits drama off the chicane. Another one that gets caught out. So, Valts and Rimkus battling for 5th place out of turn number 8. Oh, Anthony Sions has lost 3 positions on the bounce. Didn't get the traction hooked up. It's not getting any easier out there. Oh, no, these drivers are just chancing their opportunities way too quickly. It's that sign of desperation. It's not the sign of urgency. The sign of urgency I am seeing from one person and one person only, and that is the race leader. However, Karasiaukas is now keeping... well, we're seeing here Pemre versus Valts. That is for 4th on the road. Karasiaukas has got the fastest lap in the pocket. So... Volbekas out. Peserica, I think, is also out. Stolchamani, I think, might still be running. She hasn't crossed the line yet, but Peserica is out. I don't think... No, I think Stolchaman is out as well. That's a real shame. But Strela is leading. However, Karsiaukas in third is pushing. The Jelgava team. I've tried that for the first time, Martinas, to get that name. I've waited a while. Hopefully I got that right. If not, I'm sure I'll get a WhatsApp message or a Telegram message later on saying, good try, good first try. But I always say the Lithuanian Viral Art squad, it's easier. But Karsiaukas has got the bit between the teeth. Vladimirov and Strela are leading an SM Racing 1-2. Battles up and down the order. 2-1-6. Volts gets passed by the 272 of Rimkus. That's for fifth on the road. Pemri leads the charge from fourth behind. Fourth behind could be the cork in the proverbial bottle, a la Jarno Trulli, like his days in Formula 1, both at Renault and at Toyota. But Vladimirov is closing that gap. Karsiaukas has dropped a little bit of time to those by 47-0 for Karsiaukas on his fifth lap of the race. But Vladimirov is really chasing down SM Racing teammate Tom Strela. And there they are. That's the battle for the race lead. 9 minutes 20 to go, plus an additional lap. Strela leads the way. Vladimirov is 2.3 tenths of a second behind. But look at the closing speed into the next left-hander. Oh, Vladimirov knows that he's got Strela's number at the minute, but Strela is hanging on. Now into turn number 6 they go once again. Karsiaukas could close that gap. He did. It was actually 1.1 seconds between Vladimirov and Karsiaukas. Karsiaukas last time round, took a chunk of time out of the race leaders with a new fastest lap, 45.283. 6 tenths quicker than Strela. And another new fastest lap. We're under 45s now. Karsiaukas has got that gap down between first and third to just over 9 tenths of a second. This is going to be a grandstand finale you will not want to miss. And there is Karsiaukas. There he is. Karsiaukas leading the way. Well, staying in third. But the leaders are coming up to back marker traffic right about now. Vladimirov starting to push Strela along, but they've got a back marker just in front. It's down to the leaders to get through nice and cleanly. It's down for the back marker to get out of the way as soon as they see. Right, good wave out of the way. Oh, someone went just straight off at the final corner. So... So at the moment, apologies for that. I just had to nip away for a second. We had a letter delivery at the house. So Tom Strela continuing to hold on to the race lead, but in the meantime, there have been dramas. Karsiaukas has dropped off, and there is a cut by the side of the road through at turn number 6. Not too sure who that is, but Adrian's... Oh, no, that is the 236. Karastik backwards. And there is somebody... Oh! Whoever that was skirting around the outside, that was the 255 of Hans Markus Narusk. Sideways left wheel up in the air, or sideways the back axle stepping out to the left. 6 minutes to go. And Tom Strela now has the lead back in his favour. 0.9 of a second, just over 9.5 tenths of a second ahead.
Vladimirov, but things are looking a bit tetchy coming into that turn 6 right-hand hairpin at the moment. Oh, and there are further dramas. Gabriel's Moises has just gone backwards off of turn number 2. Not at all a surprise. The body language speaks volumes. So there will be yellow flags at turn 3. But Elisa Stolcmani is still running. She's actually now ahead of Freddy Gadastik now for 16th spot. But with 4 minutes and 45 seconds still to go. While Strela and Vladimirov might still come up against back marker traffic when they're running. You know, 44.9s, 44.8s, respectively. Yeah, 46.5 by Strela, 46.8 by Vladimirov. Garciaukas now through on Tions, retakes 3rd place. Tions 4th, Pemre now 5th, Zernask not too far behind in 6th, Rimkus and Narusk, they are battling away over 7th and 8th. There is the 266 of Gworga, the Dream to Drive racer, running on the Formula K. Who is getting closed in on by Strela and Vladimirov. The gap now is 1.9 seconds between the pair. Karasiaukas is going to be a lot further back. So, yeah, Moises out. Sekavicius, Peserica, Volbekas, all out of the race. Estrella gets through on Oskar Skworga. Nice move there by the 238. Just saw that there was room to get through. Darted through, made it nice and clean, and got the job done. One of the things that Tom Strela does not need to have happen is a back marker to get in the way and then inadvertently end up having a penalty post-race. That's not one thing you want to have, especially when you've been running so quick all the way through the race weekend. The left rear wheel of the SM Racing car up in the air as he turned the car into left-hander at turn number 3. But the pace has been very much relentless from Tom Strela. Came under fire from Timothy Vladimirov at the midway point, but Strela able to get away from the 287, his teammate. But it's going to be a good run to the checkered flag for the SM Racing team. Vladimirov will be saying, well, I could have had him. Strela deciding, well, you know what, I'm not going to let that happen. So Strela now heads on to lap number 16. 2.25 minutes to go. Smooth as silk for the minute. They do say that sometimes slow is fast. You know, get on the brakes at the right point. Turn the kart in. Hit the apex. Then accelerate out of the corner. That is very, very crucial to a smooth and consistent racing style. But there is a battle here. This is for 4th. Rimkus has got Narusk up the inside, and that is the 236 of Kadastik running a little bit slow, keeping out of the way. So Narusk has got through on Rimkus. That's for 4th on the road. Pemre and that's the 295. Okay. Rafael Zernask was towards the bottom of the grid. And now Pemre is going to pull the trigger through and get past on Zernask to retake that 6th place.
Oh, and more dramas there for Karastik. The 2:36 for Joensuu Karting Club, the Estonian karting team. And there is Elisa Stolchamani making her way through on Zemet. Obviously has got the pace to, well, we all know she's got the pace to rival a lot of the competitors that are ahead of her. So it's about how much damage limitation she can exercise. But next time around, I think we won't be that far away from getting towards the last lap board. So Tom Strella has 15 seconds to get past the start-finish line before we need to go on to a final lap. Okay, out of the final corner, 6, 5, 4. Right, 2 laps to go. And Strella just putting in the lap times. And at the minute, well, Strella has been one of the quickest out there, but Karasiaukas, by my reckoning, has set the fastest lap time of anybody, 44.453. But timer has expired. 1.06 kilometres remain for this man here, young man from Rullītī in just outside of Riga in Latvia, a man who's fought for European titles, goes on to the final lap and is about 950 metres away from taking a clean sweep of the weekend. Pole position in time qualifying, Heat 1 win, Heat 2 win, pre-final victory. As well, there's dramas for Adrian Tillotson again, who won't finish outside. Who will finish outside of the top 10, I'm afraid. He's made the move to juniors this year, having been in Minimax last season. But, well, when the dust was settled, there's one person who continued a 100% win streak this weekend here at round 5 of RMC Challenge Latvia. It's Tom Strella. It means so much to him, and it's a SM Racing 1-2 for the team, courtesy of Timothy Vladimirov in the 287. And there we go, solidarity, great work by the two guys. Marius Karasiaukas from the Lithuanian Birlat squad rounds out the top 3 ahead of Hans Markus Narusk. Ginas Rimkus, Fernando Pemre maybe rounding out the top 6. We're just waiting for a few of the drivers to come across the line before we give you the provisional results very shortly. Freddy Karastik takes 16th behind Elisa Stolchamani. Fernando Pemre 6th ahead of Marco Plinta, Markus Jauk, Robin Semet, Rafael Zenas, Martins Valts, Adrian Stions, Oskar Skuoga, Kristaps Leipins. Then we've got Stolchamani and Karastik, Moises, Sekavicius, Peserica and Volbekas out. That's it for juniors. Next up, senior Rotax, the final.
Sveiciens, Lietuvas čempionāta 6. posms, Latvijas čempionāta 4. Komentēšana notiek angļu valodā.
Now we turn our attention to senior Rotax. Here is the starting grid ahead of 14 minutes plus an additional lap of racing here at Kartings Rullītī here in Jelgava. Tonis Johannes Dominguez will start from pole position, and it will be an all-Estonian front row courtesy of Jelgava Joipere. An all-Latvian row 2 courtesy of Ilija Šeremeta and Artjom Sestakos. Row 3 will be completed by Adam Kivlio and Oliver Kerg, both from Estonia, one with Talvar Racing, the other one with Racing Academy. Henrikas Klepikas and Linas Volunjevicius will be rounding out row 4 ahead of Noris Žeralaitis and Karlis Kirikovs. Hubertus Papidis and Romans Rodinos round out row 6, followed by Kate Robiseva, Oscar Saviski, Marta Spike, Evitas Dargilis, Artur Caro, Richard Riksins and Bruno Perler starting from last position out of the 19 drivers set to take to this grid. So the drivers slow to a crawl. The last couple of drivers lining up into formation ahead of 14 minutes. Sunshine trying to break through the clouds here at Jelgava into the tram lines, and the green flag drops were underway. But what a move by Jelgava Joipere round the outside. Oh, but a big off. That is for the 362 who heads off down the hill. Oh, Romans Rodinos yeeted out to the right hand side of the circuit and nearly ends up on the mud down at the bottom of the dip. The elbows were sharpened before everything got underway, and Rodinos the first casualty. But the drivers making their way through out of turn number 11. Leading the way after the opening lap, Tonis Johannes Dominguez by 7/10 ahead of Jelgava Joipere on Artjom Sestakos. Now up into P3, Ilija Šeremeta, Adam Kivlio round out the top 5 through the chicane. Now the short shoot down to turn 6. As Kivlio gets one up the inside, that's from Oliver Kerg. 3 wide coming out of turn number 6, and I think that might have been possibly... I didn't really quite catch who was to the inside and got the round the outside manoeuvre done. I'll wait until the timer refreshes. But Artjom Sestakos dives up the inside of Jelgava Joipere through turn 11 and now takes P2. I think it was Linas Volunjevicius that made that move round the outside at turn number 7. Oh, but a moment for one of the drivers. I think it was Joipere. Oh, Kivlio off the circuit. Oh, cut the grass. He was mowing the lawn with the front bumper. Someone else has gone off at turn number 2. Didn't really catch who that was at turn 2 that has gone off. Very much in the same as what we saw with Elisa Stolchamani and one of the other drivers in the junior final just a few moments ago. But Dominguez leads by 1.7 seconds. Sesnikovs. We've got Volunjevicius now, who has tumbled. That's it could be either Dagilis or Karu that has lost it out of turn number 2. But Rodionos is not taking any further part. That was a real shame. I think it was Dagilis. Oh, Kivlio's gone off the track again. Kivlio's race weekend has gone south very, very quickly. Out of turn number 8. The 347 from Talvar Racing having one to forget. There are battles all up and down the order. As there is the 390, Ilya Sheremeta battling away with Karlis Kirikovs. And it is Dagilis that is out. There is the battle for 4th and 5th through the chicane. Kirikovs looking for an opportunity, won't get it through turn number 6. Volunjevicius in 3rd has put in the fastest lap of the race with 43.257. We are now at full racing speed. Everyone on slick tyres, everyone trying to one-up the other. Slightly adjusting the radiator flap, going into the fast left-hander at turn 1, and he's going to make it through. No need for a gesticulation there, I'm afraid, Karlis Kirikovs. Sheremeta went a little bit wide, and you got through. End of story. Perfectly good racing move. Now, is Sheremeta driving with an issue? Oh! Big incident! Klepikas, I think that was Klepikas, hard into Sheremeta. And Klepikas' Nassau panel was flapping all over the shop. Oh, and that is Sheremeta's race done and dusted. He's out. Damage to the back end of the car. I think the back axle might have been bent in that contact. Here comes Joipara. Oh, that was a bit too close for comfort. And he's lost 2 positions. And round the outside, is that Martin Spike trying to get through? Oh, no! A big, big moment there for one of the Sony karts. I think that was Riekstins trying to get on terms with Marta Spike, who's up to 9th. And Riekstins was backwards, nearly hit the 2 marshals. I cannot believe what I am seeing. There are some drivers that are just too desperate in trying to make that move. You've got to plan your attacks. Marta Spike has been calmly getting on with business, which is getting up through on other people. Oh, we've got another one off it. Who's that? Do not tell me. Do not tell me. That's Artyom Sesnikovs. Sesnikovs, who was leading, has just dropped it. Oh, this has got more twists and turns than the never-ending story on a Saturday afternoon. Oh, dearie me. I cannot believe what I am witnessing in this senior Rotax final. And now we're going to have a change of the race lead. Ines Volunjevicius gets through. Antonis Johannes Dominguez, so new race leader after 8 laps with 8 minutes plus an additional lap still to go. Who would have thought it? Artyom Sesnikovs, while leading, drops it out of turn number 3 and now is down by 7.8 seconds. Oh, I really, really don't know what to say. I think the thing was is he thought, yeah, I can carry that speed through, and maybe just overjudged it. So 7.5 minutes to go. We're 30 seconds away from the halfway point in this race. I'm sure that race control will be looking at several incidents that may have occurred in this race. So there may be decisions that will be made off track rather than on it. But I think for heart in the mouth moments, well, Adam Kivlio is out. The man who was winning everything up until Heat 2 won that. Then the pre-final went away. Finished 5th and now is out on lap 6. I'd like to say more on the situation, but I've lost words right now. I really, really have.
And I'm meant to talk about this race, but you know what? Valenciavicius has done exactly everything right. Has put in fastest laps, has put the pressure on. Oh, and more dramas. That is the 3:42 of Artukara from Estonia, who's out. And then there's this gaggle here. This is being led by Jelgava, who's got... Klepikas gets forced a little bit wide through turn 3. Loses 2 positions as a direct correlation. And, well, guess who's behind? 3:18, Bruno Perla, who, again, has been keeping his nose clean, staying out of trouble. And that is exactly how you play a final. You might not... No, Bruno Perla has made up 11 spots. He started 19th and stone dead last. And now, Jelgava is between a rock and a hard place, having to defend. Woodvidis in 6th, Perla in 7th. This could be a possible change on the cards very shortly. If you remember Bruno Perla's performance last year at this very circuit, it was mighty right up until the final when he inadvertently got taken out by accident. And now, Woodvidis and Perla around the outside. Is that going to be a Perla of a move? No! He loses one position. He's going to lose another because there is Klepikas. Klepikas trying to get through on Jelgava as Joipura dives up the inside. That's through on Bruno Perla. That's going to be a change for position. So Woodvidis 5th, Jelgava, Klepikas, Joipura, Perla, Oliver Kerr, Marta Spike, Kate Drobiseva, Oscar Savitsky, Richard Znikstins, and Nato Karu round out. Well, Karu is actually 3 laps down and I think will be a non-finisher. Yeah, that looks to be the cart there on the sidelines coming out of the chicane. But, well, Joipura not done yet. Well, in Javicius, in the meantime, has just put down a new marker. Bruno Perla with a great move up the inside of Jodkas by Joipura through into turn number 11 to retake what will be 8th place on the road, having started stone dead last down in 19th. Artyom Sestikovs. What about that for a rocket ship lap? New fastest lap by the driver in 4th. 41.376 at an average speed of 92 kilometres an hour. That is north of 55 mph on the road. As, Marta Spike has got her elbows out, trying to get through into the top 10 on Jon Kasper Joipura, and she's got the job done. Kate Drobiseva has gotten through. Oscar Savitsky has gotten through. And, well, that was a bit of a late chance there from Oscar Savitsky on Kate Drobiseva through turn number 11. She holds her ground. They come through the chicane, 3 minutes and 20 to go, plus an additional lap in the senior Rotax final. I'm just keeping an eye on lap times. Artyom Sestakov, faster than the race leader, faster than second, faster than third. Carlos Kirikov's new fastest lap, 41.237, is 5.5 seconds away from the race leader, 4.9 seconds away from second, as Bruno Perla swarming all over the back bumper of Dream to Drive's Henrikas Klepikas on, I think that might be a Sodi kart in front. So Perla trying to make the move, trying to put the pressure on, up the inside he goes. Oh, that was robust, that was rambunctious, and classic Bruno Perla. New fastest lap again, 41.144 from Carlos Kirikovs. It's not going to make a difference. Oh, Bruno Perla sideways out of turn number 11, mounts the tyre barriers and still manages to get it back out on track. How on earth that was not a bigger code brown than it was, I'll never know. Incredible, incredible developments. And I don't think we're out of the woods yet, because look, here's the race leaders. Valenciavicius versus Tumingas, 0.3 of a second apart.
And into turn number 3 go the Estonians. The Lithuanian at the front of the field, the Estonian right on the coattails. Out of the chicane. Three-tenths separate them. It's not even that now, probably about a tenth and a bit. The pace is absolutely Herculean, and Dominguez has just put in the new fastest lap of the race on lap 17, 40.952. We're under 41 seconds for the first time today here in senior Rotax. Across the line they go, 2.7 tenths. 3 laps to go, including this one. Yellow flags. Oh, there's been a drama. Oh, who's gone off at turn 2 this time, I wonder? Oh, that is a real shame. More dramas at turn 3 than I've lost count. I really, really have at the moment. But, oh, moment there for Dominguez. He was nearly sideways into turn number 10. Manages to gather it back up again, but he's lost all that opportunity. That window has gone away from Dominguez. Volunjevicius is leading the way. 2 laps to go. Lap 19 out of 20 as the field makes its way through into turn number 3 for the penultimate time of asking. And look at just how Linus Volunjevicius, the NSL racing driver, is throwing the cart over the curbing. So timer has expired as the leader goes through turn number 10 for the penultimate time. So just 1.06 kilometres remain, and NSL Racing have their driver out in front. The 304 of Lithuania's Linus Volunjevicius leads Janis Dominguez by 1.5 seconds. Karlis Kirikovs 5.1 seconds behind the race leader in third, ahead of Artyom Sestakov, who was leading but dropped it. As we head on to our final lap of this race, lap number 21. So the best part of over 22.5 kilometres completed here in the senior Rotax final. But when one driver keeps a cool head on calm shoulders, they profit and they make it count when it matters the most. Because one more corner and it's victory for Linus Volunjevicius from NSL Racing in senior Rotax after 21 laps of racing. Incredible, incredible work from Volunjevicius, who wins by 1.2 seconds. Tonis Johannes Dominguez and Karlis Kirikovs makes it 3 different nationalities in the top 3. Lithuania, Estonia and Latvia. Artyom Sestakov's close, but unfortunately a mistake, possibly a lack of concentration out of turn number 3 cost the MRG Racing driver the victory. Hubertus Budvidis, Jon Kasper Joipera, Noya Sharalaitis, Bruno Perla, Enrikas Klepikas and Marta Spike round out the top 10. Rikards Rikstins, Oskar Savitsky, Kate Drobiseva and Oliver Kirk are the final amount of finishers in that race. Hervato Caro, Aaron Kivlio, Iris Sheремeta, Iftaros Staglis and Romans Rodinos didn't even make it to turn 3 on the opening lap. What a senior Rotax final. Up next, DD2 and DD2 Masters. Well, I have just been corrected by the replay, so my apologies there to Roman Rodinos. Hit the standing water as everyone squabbled into turn number 1 and ended up slick tyres on wet standing water means the kart will spin around, and that is exactly what's happened. But we have got a little clear-up operation in progress as the karts will be recovered. So just a couple of minutes more and then we'll be getting underway with the DD2 and DD2 Masters final. After that we'll have 2 more races to go. We'll have Amateur DD2 and DD2 Heavy, and Tillotson T4 will close the show out here at Kartings Rullītī here in Jelgava.
So here is the grid for DD2 and DD2 Masters, the final. Starting from pole position, having won the pre-final earlier on, will be Patrick Snowles, Locke Nellis. Martin Zinovskis will be lining up alongside on the front row. Edgars Vilkans and Maxim Shurkov will be on row number 2. Row 3, Thomas Birsins and Norris Dennebergs. Thomas Rudokas and Andreas Ukal. Shirasalitis will start from pole position, leading 2 Masters down in 9th, and will be joined by Eriks Gasparovics alongside on row 5, thereby completing the top 10 overall. Next up on row 6, it's the DD2 Masters drivers of Ivars Urs and Amarants Kanks. Christian Zemis out of position in 13th, head of pit car stick with Julkas Leonovicius, Martinez Balsiunas and Paulius Latakas rounding out the grid. Into the tram lines, green flag drops straight away, and it's the run down to turn number 1. Great start by the pole sitter, Loch Melis. Vilkans tried to get the jump on Janovskis on the early goings, but Janovskis still holds on to second. Birsins in third, Shurko fourth. Well, Shurko, I think, is fifth now. That is the case because I've just seen Thomas Birsins right in front of him. Now through out of turn number 8. And the track has now got to the point where we can really put the pedal to the metal, foot to the floor, and go for broke. Keep your eyes on this race. This could be a full throttle roller coaster ride over the next 14 and a half minutes. After the opening lap, Loch Melis had a 4/10 of a second lead over Janovskis. Vilkans, Birsins, Shurko round out the top 5. Rudokas now 6th. Dennevegs and Upkarters have now dropped to 7th and 8th respectively as everyone is at full speed. Shurko goes up the inside through at turn 10 on Birsins as Vilkans gets through on Janovskis, as that is, I think that's Armand Kanks that's gone off out of turn 1. I think that might be the case. Yeah, Armand Kanks is out and has suffered the same fate, I fear, as Rodinovs did last time out in the senior final. It's not exactly a ride you want to be on, being on a kart with slick tyres going through a standing water puddle and ending up being off circuit. But Loch Melis is starting to control proceedings. He leads from Edgars Vilkans. The gap between the 9/10 of a second is starting to rise bit by bit, corner by corner. Loch Melis puts in a 41.1. We have seen lap times lower than, or getting closer and closer to the 40-second bracket. Will we dive under 40 seconds this weekend? Well, there's still plenty of this race left to go to find out. But it is going to be a battle here for second position at the moment. Edgars Vilkans is the bottle in the cork, so to speak. The RM Latvia, the driver normally associated with RM Latvia, running on the slowly kart ahead of Janovskis. Shoko in third. Vilkans, new fastest lap of the race, has got the gap down to 8.5 tenths of a second. 40.935 after 4 laps of racing. Oh, dive up the inside through turn 6. That was Janovskis being passed by Shoko for third place. Oh, and Rudokas does a move that I don't think anyone saw coming, let alone Thomas Birsins. That was through turn 8, and now returning the favour through turn 11 for P3 is Janowskis on Shurko. Shurko's got his teammate behind him. So the two drivers from the Lithuanian Birlat squad run and operated by Martin Stankovičius. 4th and 5th, chasing down Martin Janowskis. Meantime, Lochmelis and Vilkens have started to pull away from the rest of the opposition. Andreas Upkalt through on the inside at turn 6. It seems like Thomas Birsins doesn't have the pace at the moment, but there's still 10 minutes out of this 14-minute plus an additional lap race. Sometimes if you go all out, all guns blazing early on in a race like this, in the Mojo D5s, if they start to degrade a bit too quicker than you anticipated, based on your setup, based on your driving style, how aggressive you are through the corners, and Shurko having to correct a little bit of sliding going through into turn 3. Trying to keep his younger teammate Rudokas at bay for that 4th position. But in the meantime, the times are dropping. Average speed of 94 kilometres an hour. That's nearly 60 mph average speed across the line by Patrick Knowles Lochmelis. 94 kilometres an hour was his recorded speed. 40.581 on lap 6. And now we're getting closer and closer to sub 40 seconds. Oh, and that is Tomas Rudokas. He's dropped it off of turn number 3, and the youngster from Lithuania has just gone off like so many others before him. Lochmelis 40.387, new fastest lap of the race, and has put him over a second clear of Edgars Vilkans. Meantime, because of Rudokas' faux pas, Berestin's now gunning for more than likely what's going to be 5th place. We'll go through into turn 1, 2, and then into 3. So now Thomas Birsins has to go for broke here. He's got to try and put a move on Andreas Upkalt, and that is easier said than done. But if he can stay in the wheel tracks for long enough, they are going to catch Maxim Shurko. We've got yellow flags at turn 3 once again, so no one able to overtake at that point on the circuit. However, I'm just seeing that the left side of the rear bumper of Andreas Upkalt is looking a little bit low, not quite scraping on the ground, but if there's any contact that might cause that bumper to come adrift. But it's about what Birsins does now. He has to try and chase down Shurko, who's running in 4th place. Lochmelis now has a lead. He's his fastest lap of the race. I thought it would be a case that we'd go under 40 seconds. He was 1/100th away from that. On lap 9, Patrick Knowles Lochmelis negotiated this 1.06 kilometre 12 turn circuit with exactly 40 seconds. No word of a lie, 40 seconds. And that was 3 zeros on the decimal points that followed it. So Lochmelis is on absolute conquer mode right now. Across the line, 40.048. Vilkans has been passed in the meantime by Janowskis for second. And they're making their way through the chicane. They're 3.3 seconds off of Lochmelis, who literally has canted away into the distance. He's 3.3 seconds up the road. Oh, and Thomas... What's happened to Thomas Birsins? Birsins is... Oh, Birsins is out! Birsins is out. I just seen the car being walked away from by the driver off of turn 11. There it is. And Birsins, I don't think, well, I think that there might have been something that's happened. We didn't catch it on camera. But Thomas Birstins was battling away with Andreas Upkalt and Maxim Shurkov. Well, Upkalt has lost time to Shurkov. So that says to me that there was a possible incident happening. Or has happened. Past tense, I mean. So Birstins walks away to safety. The main thing is I'm glad he's okay, but gutted for him at the same time. Oh no, we've had someone go off big time at turn 2. That is a Sony kart. Oh, that is not who I think it is. Please don't tell me. No, it's not Egos Vilkens, thank goodness for that. It's one of the RM Latvian drivers. Oh no, it was Ivars Us. Ivars Us, I think, was leading the way. Oh, well, there's been more dramas than that. That's the 499. That's Andreas Upkalt, who's lost it coming out of turn 2. Drivers are not watching the outside standing water. Oh, my goodness. If you've got an opportunity to get a top 3, get a trophy, you've got to be very, very careful. And some drivers have really, really got to just... I mean, every driver knows what they need to do. But sometimes if you push that little bit too hard, and I think Patrick Knowles-Lochmelis, if you get a sub 40 second lap time, mate, next time I see you, a drink's on me. But what can I say? What can I say about this race? The thing is, the track has dried, but to a point where drivers have thought, well, yes, slicks will be the best opportunity. But you've got to look out for that standing water. And there still is. Look, there's still a big puddle. And I think that's caught out. Andreas Upkalt, that's caught out, I think, yeah, Ivars Us, Thomas Ludokas, Birstins, I think might have been an incident with Upkalt, possibly. But I don't know what else to say. It just baffles me when you see just like unrecognisable mistakes from drivers who you know have the pace and have the racecraft, but it's always about the people that really keep calm heads and cool shoulders, and that's exactly what Patrick Knowles-Lochmelis has done. He has got a 4-second lead, but he knows underneath that race visor and that race helmet of his that he knows that if he makes the slightest misstep, the slightest error of judgment, it will cost him. And as we saw with Artyom Sestakov in the senior Rotax final, he went wide onto the grass at turn number 3. What did that cost him? The victory. And Lochmelis, another 40.217. This guy is like a metronome at the moment. And what's more, Janovskis is running within his pace, what he feels comfortable at. So is it a 40.0? Is it a 40.2, 40.3? Consistency over a race not only helps you stay focused and motivated to know when to hit the braking points, when to make sure you get that kart through the corners, and also the fact that it keeps you on track. And that focus and determination has put Lochmelis 4.2 seconds up the road from Janovskis. So, not only has he got the lead, and he's got a comfortable lead, but probably comfortable enough to make him personally feel uncomfortable. Drivers want a challenge. Drivers want opposition to give them a race. But now it's 3 laps to go. We're on lap number 20 out of a more than likely a 22 lap race. But look how calm, and steady, easy, smooth, consistent. 13 runners and riders. We've lost 4 already. Armand's Kanks on the second lap. Thomas Birsins on lap 10. Ivaras Us. And, well, it looks like Leonor Vicious from NSL Racing has also ended up retiring on lap number 14. Thomas Rudokas is 4 laps down and is still running at the minute. But this man here, next time around, will see the last lap board. Patrick Knowles Lochmelis has kept his calm when others have tried to make good their intentions. Janowskis managed to keep his head calm as well. 1 more lap remains in the DD2 and DD2 Masters final. And at the moment, well, Juris, would you believe this, folks, is currently leading the Masters class and is 7th out on track. But it has been a dominant display from the man from MRG Racing. The 418 is going to taste sweet, sweet victory once again. Winner in the pre-final, winner in the final. Patrick Knowles Lochmelis does the double in the main 2 races where the points count the most. Finishing ahead of MRG Racing teammate Martin Janowskis. Edgars Vilkans completes the top 3. But what a run by this man. Dominant right up until the end of the weekend. The minute he got to the front and won the pre-final, that was a warning shot. That was a foreboding sign. Maxim Shirko takes 4th ahead of Norris Dennebergs. Christian Zemes, and congratulations to Juris Elitis in 7th, who picks up DD2 Masters final victory. Alex Gasparovic, Prikaristik ran out the top 3 in Masters with Martinas Balsiunas running at the top 10 overall. Andres Ubkalp, Polius Latakas and Thomas Rudokas round out the finishing order. And we lost Lucas Leonovicius, Ivaras Us, Thomas Birsins and Armands Kanks. 2 more races to go. Next up, it's amateur DD2 and DD2 Heavy.
Time for our penultimate race of the weekend, and we turn our attention to DD2 Heavy Amateur and DD2 Amateur as well. It's the spickiest front row. The pair from RM Latvia will line up on pole position for Markus, and Martins will line up alongside on the front row. Row 2, it's Edmunds Zuskovics, who will be joined by Kalis Brisius on row 2. Rodrigo Frams, who struck drama in the pre-final, will start from the inside of row number 3 and will be joined by Kristaps Galiksons. Emils Daugavins and Dimitris Antunovics will round out row number 4. Not too sure if Maris Lochmelis will be a non-starter on this particular occasion, but that could be very highly likely. So, out of the final corner, green flag waves straight away, and it's the run down into T1. Early attempt from Edmund Zuskovics to get through on the two Spickers drivers. But at the moment they make their way through into the turn 4-5 complex at the chicane, into the right-hander here at turn 6. And now these drivers can really exploit a full dry racetrack. There are still bits of standing water that's caught so many drivers out so far this weekend. They have to be very, very careful indeed. But Markus leads the way, Martins in second, Zuskovics rounding out the top 3 on the Cosmic chassis. So, Maris Lochmelis, again, as I thought might be the case, a non-starter. Oh, Martin Spickers catches the dirt on the outside of the final corner. And that allows Edmund Zuskovics to get through for second place. So, the race is very much well and truly on. But the key question is, who is going to win this contretemps? Well, you're going to have to stick with us. You're going to have to stay with us for the next 13 minutes. Oh, and Zuskovics gets through at turn 10, threading the eye of the needle. Thank you very much for that one, says Edmund Zuskovics, who manages to get through Martins on the final corner, and through at turn 10, he takes the race lead. But this race is a lot closer. Now, Rodrigo Frams is also a non-starter as well, according to the live timing. So this could be a very, very close fight. The top 5 at the moment, rounded out by Dimitris Antunovics and Kalis Brisius, are covered by 2.6 seconds. Markus Spickers wants that race lead back, but Zuskovics has now got 3 fast, hard-charging Sodi karts bearing down on him. Lap 4 completed.
So Zuskovic is the leader overall, but also the leader in DD2. Markus Spikas leading DD2 heavy. Now through the chicane. Oh, Markus got a little bit sideways by walloping the curb on the right-hand side through turn 4 at the chicane, and nearly ended up sideways, nearly allowing Martins to get through. So there is still plenty of time in this race left to go. 10 minutes and 15 seconds plus an additional lap on the timer remains. But it's getting a bit too close between the Spikises. Oh, Martins nearly got through on Markus not that long ago, probably around about turn number 8, as Markus made a slight misjudgment, I think, out of the final corner, and lap 6 in the books. And now Martins Spikis gets through on Markus Spikis, and now this is going to be a straight out fight. The top 5 drivers covered by 2.4 seconds. Kristaps Galiksons and Emils Daugavins are a little bit further back. Galiksons is about 5.3 seconds behind Brisius in 5th. Daugavins is 10.2 seconds behind the race leader. So at the moment, everyone still, as we complete lap number 7 of this race, are still tracking. But now it's going to be about a little bit of bravery, a little bit of intestinal fortitude, something that the latter you would say in another 4-letter English word, beginning with G, ending in S, guts. But of course, sometimes in these longer finals, you've got to be very, very careful. You've also got to be very knowledgeable about the fact that, are you feeling the time come away from your tyres? Is the car not responding as what it first did on the opening 2 to 3 laps? If Zuskovic keeps on pushing, and now we're going to see a change possibly for third, not quite. Antunovic was close. Very, very close indeed to getting through. We've had a change a little bit further back. Well, Galiksons has dropped to 6th place anyway. Brisius now behind Antunovic and has dropped off quite a bit, it looks like. Oh no, there's Antunovic, there's Brisius, my apologies there. But now, Martin Spikis has now got to start chasing down the driver in front and is leaving Markus in his wake, in his dust. Antunovic trying to get through out of the final corner. Brisius trying to get through on Antunovic. Antunovic defending. And Antunovic's a little bit sideways coming through the chicane, but still able to keep it on the black stuff. Sometimes you can have a little bit of fun during racing, but going sideways isn't always the best way of getting fast and going past anyone else. Brisius nearly had the opportunity to get through on Antunovic through at turn number 9, but Antunovic shut the door quite quickly and said to Brisius, well, if you want to get past, you've got to do something a bit better than that. So Brisius has got to gather himself all up over again and try and get through. But that is easier said than done. Zuskovic has now got a lead of 2.2 seconds. However, I sense a change in the wind in the air, because someone is putting down fastest laps, and it's not the race leader. The new fastest lap of the race is done by the driver in second position. Martin Spikis on lap 10. We've just completed lap 11, by the way. 42 seconds dead. So 2 seconds slower. And that is for an amateur DD2 heavyweight driver. Let me put that into context. DD2 and DD2 Masters, fastest lap in the final. 40 seconds flat. The driver, Patrick Knowles Lochmelis. There you see our Tillotson T4 drivers waiting for their opportunity. As, it looks like Kristaps Kalixon's got a rocket up the backside. It was sideways through turn 1. That was a clean up on aisle 3. I think Kristaps Kalixon's going to have to check his underwear after that race. That was definitely heart in your mouth moment. Trying to throw the haymaker up the inside of Dallas Vicious and nearly caught himself out in the process. So now it means that we have a true bona fide battle over the final step on the rostrum, P3. That is being occupied by Marcus Spikis at the moment, Dimitris Antunovics in 4th, Carlis Bricius in 5th, Kristaps Kalixons on the Birrell Art is trying to close back in on them once again. So here you've got Sodikart, Gillard and Birrell Art. However, Zuskovics is not out of the woods yet. Zuskovics has lost a lot of time. His last lap was a 44.1 and a 41.996 done by Martin Spikis. Zuskovics has caused himself drama, has lost the kart at some point on the circuit, and thereby has dropped what was a 3-second lead. A gap now, 3/10. Does anyone hear the Jaws music burning in their ears? Well, I certainly do at this moment in time. And this could be a very, very close race to the finish. Not when Martin Spikis does that. That was a bit sideways, coming to the back end, stepped out to the left on the 507 Sodikart. And Martin's... and there is the move. There is the move for the race lead. Zuskovics looked over the right shoulder. Now, is Zuskovics driving? He's looking down on the right-hand side. Is there a problem? Is there a problem for the 551 on the Cosmic? He's looking down. I think there's something not arrived. I think something's arrived with that kart. If he's been looking down on the right-hand side, then there's something definitely wrong with the engine. If that kart is not responding well, then that driver could possibly lose out big time. There's still 3 minutes. If Zuskovics can crawl that kart back home, but was leading for them, as soon as he got past Marcus Spikis through the final corner, things were going well. But that kart looks to be slow. Zuskovics is pulling off the circuit. A podium opportunity, a win denied for the 551. That now puts Martin Spikis in the de facto race lead. What drama. Again, we've had another twist in the tail for this championship season. And what could have been victory has just been ripped from the clutches. Zuskovics has got back out on track. I'm not too sure what happened. But that is not what you want to have happen. You're leading the race by a comfortable margin. On one lap, you lose pretty much your race lead. And I'm wondering if that could be terminal. Zuskovics is trying to see if the kart will work. If it doesn't, then the 551 is going to have to pull that back into pit lane. What can I say? What can I say apart from I'm just as shell-shocked as many people watching at home? So Dagovins gets out of the way of Bricius, who is on course to second in the race. Dimitris Antunovics is the second highest placed DD2 heavy driver, because there's been dramas for Marcus Spikis, who's dropped down to 5th in the meantime. So I think there might also be, well, Calixons has got to go for it, is within 4.5 tenths of third place overall in this class, well, in this race itself, but is second in DD2. Now closing in, hand over fist through the chicane, now into turn number 6. Next time around we'll be going on to our penultimate lap for these drivers, and Martin Spikis has a comfortable and easy lead to manage, 7.5 seconds. And has just crossed the line, goes on to the penultimate lap of the race as we speak. 7 seconds is the gap. Antunovic and Calixon battling away over third place overall. More to the point, well, Calixons is going to be second in DD2. Antunovic second in DD2 heavy. And Zuskovic might try to bring the kart home. That's all he can do. Timer has expired. 14 minutes have elapsed. That is it. One more lap to go as Martin Spikis, who would have thought it, the amateur DD2 heavy that started on the outside of the front row, now leads. That Sony kart in his hands has been a weapon in this final. And more to the point, he's not letting go. He might just let that lead shrink a little bit, but not by much. Through turn 9, three corners to go. This will be a welcome way to round off the weekend for the 507 from RM Latvia, as Martin Spikis out of the final corner wins the final by a comfortable margin and wins DD2 Heavy Amateur in this weekend's event. Carlos Brisius takes the win in DD2, finishing second overall ahead of Dimitris Antunovics. Kristaps Kalixons places 4th and 2nd in DD2. And we're just waiting for the last few drivers to come across the line. Markus Spikis started on pole, finishes 5th. Emils Daugavins and Edmund Zuskovic round out 7th and 6th respectively. Unfortunately, Frams and Lochmelis non-starters. But next up, to round off the coverage here at Karting Rullītī here in Jelgava, it's the Tillotson T4 final. Up next. One final race to cap it all off here at Karting Rullītī in Jelgava. It is the Tillotson T4 final. Let's take you through the starting grid. Well, David Salmon's back to winning ways here today on finals day, and he starts from pole position. Daniels Petridis Berezins will line up alongside on the front row, followed by row 2, comprised of the 905 of Elizabeth Johan Zolce, with the number 965 of Kirill Dimitrievs completing row 2. Row 3 is the 931 of Edvards Jimenez, with Rudolfs Rupayanis on the 989, rounding out row 3 with Rudolfs Veresins and Dacia Rosberga on the 909 and the 929, rounding out the grid. Now, may I cast your memories back 12 months ago? Anyone might remember an early incident. Oh, and Davis Salmons has dropped. He's going to try and get that kart started up again, but that is the pole sitter. Oh no, Davis Salmons is out of the race, it looks like. Hopefully he can get that thing fired up. He's checking the front of the engine. I don't think the 225cc 4-stroke is going to want to fire up into life, so that means we now have a different proposition. The hits, as they say, they keep on coming. So Davis Salmon's spot on pole position has to be completely vacant. Otherwise, someone could be considered out of position. So it is going to be Daniels Berezins who is going to lead the field. And the green flag has dropped. So Davis Salmon's heartbreak just before the final, as we head into turn 3 on the opening tour of this race. 12 minutes plus an additional lap to decide who will be the winner in the final. Unfortunately, it is not going to be Davis Salmons unless he can get that kart fired up again. I don't think... Is that... Now, I'm wondering if that is Salmons in the background. That is, as there has been a change for second. Dimitrievs has lost out. And it's 3 wide. Oh, careful! Oh, Dimitrievs. And I think that was the 989 of Rupayanis that got into each other's wheel tracks. And, well, that's the battle for the race lead. Elizabeth Zolce and Daniels Berezins. Repeat of the pre-final, it seems. So, has Davis Salmons got that kart going again? I would think possibly not. So, Daniels Berezins and Elizabeth Zolce once again embroiled into battle here at Jelgava. Zolce looking for the inside line. Berezins closes that door very quickly shut, and it is the case that oh, dearie me. Everyone's just getting their elbows out for the sheer hell of it at the moment. Zolce nearly into the back of Berezins. Now Berezins looks to the right-hand side, shakes the head. Zolce's going to say, I don't want you shaking your head at me, sunshine. I'm going to put one move on you. Well, Berezins knows how to defend around this circuit. Zolce found out in the pre-final. But now we've got it all happening all over again. 10 minutes plus an additional lap still to go. And I don't think Elizabeth Zolce will be satisfied until she gets that move done. She's going round the outside at turn 7. That was brave, and she's trying for the cut back in towards turn number 9. Decides discretion is the better part of valour. The best thing I would do if I was Elizabeth Zolce would be just to try and force Berezins into a mistake. At the moment, that's not quite happening. But she's really, really starting to get racy. And at this early stage of the race, you don't need to start... well, there's a... Oh! That was a cheeky naughty, naughty, no you don't from Daniels Petridis Berezins. Oh, well, Elizabeth Zolce is being told off by the leader at the moment. That was definitely a cheeky no, no, no you don't. But I think Zolce is absolutely motivated. The fire deep in the belly at the moment for the 925. And look at the run she gets out of turn number 10. Is going to dive to the inside. That's the race lead. Elizabeth Zolce gets through. Bumps over the curbs. Jumps up and down in the seat. And is through on Daniels Berezins for the race lead. Change at the front. 85,000 separating the 925 and the 919 as they cross the line after lap number 4.
Elizabeth Zulce got the job done finally. Tried everything in the book and finally made it work here in the final. But, and this is a big but, what's going to happen next? Well, Berezins tries the outside. They've got to keep their eyes on behind them because Rudolf Berezins is closing on in. The gap between the top three, 1.1 seconds. And that gap has literally dissipated into thin air. Oh, well, two's company, three's the crowd. Zulce leads from Daniels Berezins, Rudolf Berezins. They are covered by 7/10. And a little bit of a force of trying to get the door open was Daniels Petteris Berezins. You've got to be very, very careful. You can't do the bump and run like they do in Australian supercars. You can't do that in karting. Because what the race officials will see is an advantage by contact situation, and thereby the person who instigates said accident is the one that gets the penalty. Grossberger, in the meantime, well, no, that's is a little bit further back, but there is Dimitrios trying to get through on Rudolf Berezins for third place. And then a little bit further back, you see Grossberger and Jimenez. And that's the move for third. Kyrios Dimitrios back up into P3. And has just set a 47-second lap time. 47.000. And look at the run the 965 has got out of the chicane. Through up the inside goes Berezins in the 919 to take the race lead. And Dimitrios trying to get the frighteners onto Elizabeta Zulce in the 925 for second. But she sternly defends and holds her position in second place. But not for long through turn 10. Forced a little bit wide through the way that the circuit leans itself to other drivers. And that is Kyrios Dimitrios through for second place. I have to say, real shame for David Salmons having to look at what is going on circuit from the inside of the final corner. But folks, you ain't seen nothing yet. 6 minutes to go, half time. And Daniels Petteris Berezins leading the way ahead of Kyrios Dimitrios. Elizabeta Johan Zulce holding the train for third ahead of Rudolf Berezins. Fastest lap at the moment still a 47.000 from the driver in second position. Kyrios Dimitrios absolutely hell-bent on going for the race lead and is going to try for it through turn 3. Outstanding commitment and bravery from the 965. Kyrios Dimitrios hits the front of the field here on lap number 9 of the Tillotson T4 final. But don't think that Daniels Petteris Berezins is out of the woods quite yet. No, he's not, because Elizabeta Johan Zulce is quickly closing in. So is Rudolf Berezins. This could be a four-way scrap for the race victory here in Tillotson T4 Latvia. And there goes Zulce. She pulls the trigger up the inside. Will she make it through? Not quite, but a brave attempt nonetheless. But as I said earlier, folks, this might be the end of the racing here at Karting Rullītī here in Jelgava. But there is still one more race to go, and that is in a week's time. The season finale for the Latvian Karting Championship, the Latvian Karting Cup, and the Rotax Max Challenge Latvia for 2024 as it heads to Adorna, about 2 hours outside of Riga. And again, Zulce is trying to get through on Daniels Berezins. This time she's going to make it through. She's going to make it work. And Zulce through on Daniels Petteris Berezins for second position with a clean as you like overtake up the inside through turns 1, 2 and 3, and got the job done on the 919. So time is still ticking away. There is still an opportunity for some drivers to make the best of a current situation, especially with the fact that David Salmon's retiring before everything got going here at Jelgava. Zulce still trying to hang on as things stand. But Kirill Dimitriev's leading the way. The gap now 2 seconds. There has been a change for second in the meantime. Daniels Petteris Berresin's back through on Elizabeth Johan Zulce, who's going to lose out third as Rudolf Berresins gets through in the 9:09 here on lap number 12. Now we're on to lap number 13. That number lucky for some, unlucky for others. But with a lead of nearly 3 seconds, Kirill Dimitrievs is on course to becoming another different winner this weekend. David Salmons, winner in Heat 2, winner in the pre-final. Broke down before we even got racing. So Kirill Dimitriev's fastest lap of the race on lap number 11, 46.303. We're on to lap number 14 now. And it's still going to be a battle between second, third and fourth. Dimitrievs is too far away for anyone to catch. We've got 3 laps to go, including this one, before we call time on this race weekend here in Jelgava. And a big thank you to everyone that has been a part of this weekend. Partners and sponsors of the championship, the families, the drivers, the mechanics, the teams that have been here, the marshalling crew here at the circuit itself for being able to allow us to host these respective championship races here this weekend. But Dimitrievs is very close to crossing the line. We are going to have 3 more laps. So Rudolf Berresin's trying to keep Elizabeth Zulce at bay for that 3rd place. As the top 4 make their way, they've just come through the chicane for the final time. Grosberger and Jimenez are battling away over 5th and 6th in the background. They're just about to make their way through to the right-hand hairpin here at turn number 6. So 20 seconds on the timer. Race leader 4.1 seconds up the road. Kirill Dimitrievs has done everything right, has kept a clean nose and has got on with the business at hand. 2 laps remain of the race meeting. There is your Tillotson T4 leader in the final. Just over 1 3/4 kilometres for the 9.65 to negotiate, and also sets on lap number 15 a new fastest lap of the race, 46.225. But in the meantime, there has been a change on the penultimate lap for 3rd place. Elizabeth Johan Zulce gets through on Rudolf Berresins for 3rd place. That's very, very important. Possibly in terms of maybe championship permutation, depending on how the calendar pans out for Tillotson T4 Latvia for 2024. Final lap of the meeting underway. Dimitrievs well and truly clear, 5.5 seconds up the road. Daniels, Petteris Berresins, Elizabeth Johan Zulce, Rudolf Berresins round out the top 5. Dacia Grosberger in 5th. Edvards Jimenez and Rudolf Rupaienis round out the 7 drivers that made it to the start. Unfortunately, Zalmans will have to wait for the recovery crew once the track is clear of all racing activity. But let's concentrate on the man of the moment, who started very much as one of possibly the favourites for the final and is going to make it count here at Jelgava. Kirill Dimitrievs wins and celebrates victory in the Tillotson T4 final. Daniels Petteris Beresins and Elisabetta Johan Zulce round out the top three. Rudolf Beresins, unfortunately, not able to hit the top three this particular time, but was close. Dace Grosberger, Edvards Jimenez and Rudolf Rupainis round out the 7 strong finishers. Davis Salmons, unfortunately, there you see walking away. But Dimitrevs wins the Tillotson T4 final, concluding the on-track activity here at Karting Rullītī in Jelgava in Latvia. Well, with that being said, folks, that rounds out our live stream coverage here at 5:30 p.m. local time here in Karting Rullītī. So a big thank you to everyone watching on the live stream via the Rotax Max Latvia YouTube channel. Don't forget to follow us on social media, like, share and subscribe. Well, the final round is just a week away at Madona, just 2 hours away of the capital city of Riga in Latvia. That's it from my side, Alex Goldschmidt. A big thank you to Edgars Christas and the entire team at No Limits Video Productions for us bringing you this live stream coverage. And as they say, until next time, ciao for now.